and after a break we're going to start with session 12. Now what we're going to discuss in this session, so this is the topic for discussion, or this is topic for or agenda for discussion. It's project commissioning and project closure. As usual, we'll be interacting, we'll be talking, and at the same time I would like to show you few small videos, not very long videos, 5 minutes or 2 minutes time video, so that the concept whatever we are going to discuss gets further clarified. See, these are the topics which we are going to discuss in all these 11, 12 and 13 session. In fact, for this particular topic, because it is right from the start to end of the project, I have committed 3 sessions for it. Today we are going to have 2, and tomorrow, that is on Sunday at 9 o'clock, we are going to have one more session on the same topic, that is project commissioning and project closure. Now before we move ahead with this particular topic, let us do a recap. See, this is again our normal practice. When we start with a new session, we usually try to recall so that we remember, and I get a feedback that whether you are really following it or not, right? So I'm going to take you to various slides, earlier slides I'm talking about, and I'll be talking about the upcoming sessions also, like 14th, 13th and 14th. 13, as I said, is going to be through these slides only, 11, 12 and 13, and probably 14 is going to be, we are going to discuss the use of project management software in this project. Microsoft Project is one of the software which comes very handy. In fact, it comes as a package only. So I'll be showing you few videos on this, few MCQs, as I said, we do every time. Once we are through with small portion, then I'll be taking you to this MCQs, and you are supposed to get yourself involved and answer to all these questions. I hope the things are clear up till now, right? Just a moment. Okay. So let me take you to our earlier session. It is just a recap. I'm not going to discuss on this. This is just to get you feel what exactly we have done up till now. Okay. So this is what we discussed last time, project quality management. I'm just going to go through all those keywords which are important from our further lectures, because these keywords will be used frequently and you should get yourself acquainted with using all these keywords. I've told you the significance of this keyword. See, a professional and non-professional, the only difference, the basic difference is, not only, but the basic difference is use of proper terminology or the keywords. That is going to differentiate you as a professional from the non-professional person. MBA and a non-MBA, you can differentiate out when you communicate with a non-MBA and when you communicate with an MBA. So this is the significance, importance or power of these keywords. So this is what we have done: project quality, managing project quality, quality as a competitive advantage, project as a competitive edge over your rivals or your competitors, contemporary project quality concepts. This is what we have done, and we have discussed about all this also: conceptual frame, foundation of project quality management, then project quality management plan and all those things. So we have seen a video on Joseph Juran also. He's also called as quality guru, because he was the person who defined quality. And the definition we have seen last time: quality refers to the features of the product which meet customers' needs and thereby provide customer satisfaction. I would say not only satisfaction, customer delight, right? So just a moment, I'll just adjust my camera. Yes, now it is okay. I am audible clearly to all of you? Fine. This is what we have seen last time. And moving further, project quality, we have discussed various aspects related to project quality. Then we have discussed managing project quality in the project itself, how it can be managed. Then project managers, the 7-step model we have discussed for managing project quality. That is, first is to identify the customer or client. See, I have distinguished between client and customer. Usually for projects, client word is used instead of customer. This we have discussed quality assurance plan, then performance quality control, ensure quality, or quality assurance we have discussed. Quality as a competitive edge. How quality plays a very important role when it comes to beating your competitors. Apple is a good example of quality, right? Even though they charge premium for their product, they still they have a lot of customers who would like to purchase Apple, even though they are priced very high compared to competitors. It's all because of the quality. There are plenty of example in television. You can talk about Sony, right? In construction projects, L&T, that is Larsen and Toubro, is again one of the good example where they are delivering the quality to their clients, right? TCS is a good example when it comes to IT. Like one example is passport office. Most of the work in passport office is outsourced to TCS. In fact, you will find their employees sitting over there and managing the entire show. It's all because of their integrity, their quality, their commitment towards the work, their delivery counts. Whatever commitment they make, they stick to it. So this quality is going to give you a competitive edge or your competitor. It is going to give you competitive advantage or your competitors. So this again we have seen last time. Critical success factor also we have discussed. Let us just just going to browse across. Deming's approach also we have studied. Deming's SOPK. This is what we have learned last time. Deming and Juran, these are the two names which are associated with quality. Now here we have seen three quality management framework. TQM, a few videos we have seen on TQM. Malcolm Baldrige was the person who initiated this, and we have seen the concept of ISO 9000. It's a family. I have told you the full form. This short form of organization. It stands for International Organization for Standardization, right? So you first say international, then organization for standardization. Now this is a family. 9000 is a family. You will find 9000 as ISO 9001, 2, 3. It's a family which talks about quality. Now Six Sigma we have already covered it in detail. We have taken almost 4 sessions on this. So I would not like to go through those slides again, because that was the very first session we started with, and we have discussed a lot on Agile, Lean, Six Sigma, right? And Six Sigma, just as a reminder, Six Sigma talks about defect-free products or item, defect-free process, error-free, right? It talks about accuracy. We have seen what Six Sigma stands for. That 99.9999% of the atoms should be defect-free. Only 4 items, or 3.43 to be very precise, are allowed in per million of the items produced. Now those items can be service related. Those items can be the physical goods itself. It depends on where exactly you want to apply this philosophy of Six Sigma. Conceptual foundation also we have seen. Process management, then fact-based management. So all this just recap for all of you, because we are moving from here to another topic for discussion, that is project commissioning and project closure. Instead of closure, I would say project completion is sounds to be a proper word, because closure looks like you are closing down the project, but it is not the concept. Usually project closure is only used to wind up the project, to hand over the project. We'll be taking a look on few small videos on this also. What is the appropriate technique? It is not that once the project is over, you just run away from the site or from the project. You have to complete certain formalities. You have to take the feedback, review of your client, and you have to assure your client that whatever was committed, whatever he was expecting, is being delivered. You have to sort of run a pilot, not a pilot, you have to run a trial also. If it is a IT software based project, then you have to show that this software is running properly. If it is a construction based project, you have to show that this plan is executed in ditto, that whatever was planned out, it is executed. and after that only, after doing certain formalities, you are supposed to go for project closure. So coming back to this earlier session, this is what we have seen, plenty of thing. We have taken a look at various slides, various MCQs also. What is the project improvement process? We have taken a look at this also. Here quality assurance plan has to be prepared. You have to assure this plan will take care that nothing get deviated. Now this adverse PDCA cycle, we have seen how this can be used for quality improvement. Plan, do, check. Checking is very important. That is part of controlling, and act. If there is a deviation, then again replan if there is a deviation. If everything is moving properly, smoothly, then plan and do is the only case. Checking is will be needed to just monitor whether you are on schedule and whether you are sticking to your budget, whatever budget you have done before commissioning of the project, right? So quality and all this factor has to be taken into account, and the client has to be assured. Yeah, this is what we is our usual practice. We in between we try to solve this MCQ so that it comes very handy to you at the time of exam and for all your assignment. Fine, you all know assignment comes as a case study, but this will be handy when you will be attempting your TEE, that is term end exam, which will be having a weightage of 70%. Assignments weightage is 30%. I hope all of you are aware about it. In case if you have any doubt or queries, you can just raise your hand, and you can ask me queries apart from this academics also. I hope I'll be able to answer you. So this was earlier session, and upcoming session will look something like this. This is talks about use of project management software, which is going to be tomorrow. And let me show you the slide for session 15, which is scheduled next Saturday, I suppose. It is the session plan is given to you, the calendar is there. So this here what we are going to discuss, we're going to discuss 4 case studies in 2 hours. In fact, I'll be taking a revision also, revision of all the session which we have taken earlier, and we are going to interact and discuss. This case one is Marina Bay Sand. This is related to sustainable challenge opportunities in event industry, a sort of project only you can take it. This I have already shared. It is available on your learning resources. You can just go through it because that will save our time. If you go through it in advance, then you'll be following the case once we start reading it. This is one case. Then Tesla in Germany. This is again another case. Here we'll be discussing on Tesla's venture into Germany, and after that case 3 will be coffee 2016. Again, see, this you can take it as a prompt, because see, this case studies you have to utilize whatever session we have done earlier. You have to utilize whatever you have learned and apply all those management principles, theories, including the project management theory. I'll be telling you how to go about it, because all these cases have few questions to be answered at the end. So you need to be very particular about each and every word used in the case. I'll be explaining in that session how to exactly solve a case study. What is the methodology? If question is given, and in the case when the questions are not given at the end of the case, how are you supposed to go about it? This will be discussing at the very last session. Before starting case studies, we will be discussing we'll be taking a revision right from session 1 to session 14. So that will prepare you entirely for the examination and also from the knowledge point of view. And this is the 4th case, cystic fibrosis foundation, right? This is more this case is more related to pharmacy, or a situation which occurred in COVID, something on similar line, where this vaccine development and all this is taken as a project. Because once the vaccine is developed, or once the vaccine is invented, then probably that project is closed. Once the vaccine is you take a trial and you find out that vaccine is now effective, it can be launched in a market after so many of the trials. So there that particular project is closed. Maybe the pharma industry or that organization would like to move on inventing drugs or inventing therapy for new diseases, right? Or further strengthening the cure. So this will be 4 cases in 2 hours. So we'll be committing half an hour for each case, and I want your interaction. I want your involvement. I want your deliberation. I want your discussion, so that we jointly solve this case. See, case study solving, ideally, when it comes to exam, you have to solve it individually. But if we solve case study through discussion and deliberation, then in that case, what is going to happen? New ideas are going to come, because my perception will be different compared to your perception towards anything. So if your involvement is there, then I might skip certain part. I'm say the solution which I'm going to give and the solution which you are going to give are going to be different, and it the solution increases with the number of students or participant, I would say, in solving a case. This is how ideally academically the cases are solved. Individually in real life, they don't come like this, written on a page or paper. You have to find out what exactly is the problem, why it is occurring, and you yourself has to put down a solution also, find out the alternatives, and then give the best possible solution to that particular problem. And problem necessarily need not be only one problem. There can be multiple problem when you are practically working in an organization. See, again, these cases are not fictitious, they are real life cases, real time cases, and this will be a wonderful discussion. Right? So let us move back to our today's slide: project commissioning and project closure. Okay, so let me first of all tell you what is going to be the learning objective. See here, this is going to explain the concept of project closure, procurement, how to close it, classify the type of project termination. Here it is like we're going to discuss what are the formalities that need to be done, right? Summarize the structure of close of project, outline the key post project activities. So here we go with our first slide: project closure procurements. What exactly is this? Project closure plan involves processes that officially complete all planned activity of the project. The final step of this process is the approval or sign off and handling over the project deliverables to the end user or to the customer or client. So that is going to be the end stage when you are going to hand over, because till the time the project is going on, you are sort of what, owner of that project, not on paper, but you are handling all those things, so that whatever is committed, you hand over it formally, hand over through documentation, and say that now the project is closed. I'm saying project is completed. Completion is seems to be a very appropriate word. Closing stage of a project comprise all the final process needed to close a project and deliver the final products and relevant reports to the stakeholders, all the stakeholders, not only necessarily the client, but you have to give, you have to report to your project management office, to your head. As a project manager, you have to inform your organization as well, and all the stakeholders, including the suppliers and vendors, which we have discussed earlier. You have to inform them also. Here onwards, that their need won't be there for, at least for this project. Maybe they will be needed on another project. So they also are informed, and accordingly they can plan for all those inventories and deliverables which they are going to give to you as a project manager. Right? So let us move to second slide, which again talks on project closure procurements. Project closure phase involves processes that officially complete all the planned activity of the project. It has to be done officially. It's not, you cannot run away informally. Informing all the stakeholders, that too officially, you can call the meeting and say, yes, fine, thank you for your support. You have delivered whatever you were supposed to deliver on time. You have delivered the quality which you have assured us. So all these things you can discuss with all the stakeholders, particularly vendors, right? And you can talk to your client also. In fact, you can make a meeting and close. The final step of this process is approval or sign off or handling over the project. This is what we have discussed up now, just now. The closing stage of a project comprises all the final processes needed to close out a project and deliver the final products and relevant reports to the stakeholders. So everybody has to be informed. Nobody should be left back. Whoever stakeholders are there, investors may be there, client apart from client, different investor must be there who are attached to your client. So you have to see to it that they are also equally informed. That fine, now the project is closed. We have completed it as per the schedule and as per the project. Now this stage ensures certain creation and delivery of relevant documents and products to the relevant stakeholders and customers. Pending contractual payments and obligation analysis of vendor quality is what I have told you just now is carried out at the time of project closure कि किसने जो quality भेजी गई थी कुछ inferior आई क्या, so that you can take precaution when you move on to another project, right? So pending best practices adopted during projects are usually documented for reference in future during this stage. At the closure, you are going to find out whatever best practices you may have developed. Those practices may not be earlier there, but many a time new innovation takes place based on the need and requirement. So you have to document it so that it remains as a reference, ready reference for whoever is going to work on a similar type of project or another project. So best practices has to be always documented and they have to be followed. The example can be if you have completed the project earlier, you can list down what were the reason. If you have completed it before the schedule, you can list down that. If you are completed within the budget, you have not exceeded the budget, you can just find out the reason why has it happened, why were we able to do it within the budget. So accordingly, if that checklist will come handy that you have followed certain things, like you were in very close contact with vendor, you have done the provision for the unforeseen, uncertain, VUCA world, also you can call it volatile, complex, VCU, uncertain, and A stands for ambiguous. You have taken off VUCA world, right? So that has saved time and energy and cost also. So these things has to be checklisted. They need to be documented so that they comes very handy when you move on to another project. And all these best practices is ultimately going to impact what? It is going to impact your quality in terms of both quality time, that is schedule, and your cost, right? So in case of project with many subcontracts, every contract should be closed in a similar process. See, if we talk about a housing project, a big township is coming up, then there will be many subcontractors. I am the main project manager, but I need to coordinate with what? Electrician, electrical contractor, then concrete contractor, plumbing contractors. These are all different parties. So similar thing has to be done with all these people. We can call them as stakeholders because they were involved in that project. Construction is a good example. Even in IT, similar things, different teams are there which works on what? Quality. Somebody works on debugging, right? Somebody works on how efficiently that software runs, how quickly that website opens up if it is a website project. So all these parties has to be equally involved. You have to contact them. You have to make a similar arrangement which you make with the customer, right? I hope all of you are following up till now. So contract terms like specific deliverables, signing certain forms and declaration, etc. at the time of closure can be incorporated in the early stage of the project. So you can define what exactly will be the documentation part when you are going to close the project. So the procurement closure process consists of following important aspect: procurement audit, settlement of issues if any issues has arisen while the project was going on, management of record, and closing out invoice and preparing the final report. So the final report will be tabled across to the client. It will be tabled across in your organization to your management, that is PMO, project management office, and a final draft will be prepared. So what is this procurement audit? The main purpose of procurement audit is to understand the lessons learned in retrospect means past में जो हुआ है वहाँ पे आपने कुछ, if you are committed few mistakes, then how have you solved it? This can be done by reviewing the process, documents and related functions. Auditing means just finding out if whether there is any deviation, positive or negative both. Settlement of the issues. At the time of project termination, the project manager should ensure that the deliverables have been validated as per the contract terms, because while commissioning you prepare a contract this will be my budget, both the parties signs on it, and this will be the time schedule which I'll need. In case if there the delays are also mentioned, in case if there is a delay, so and so penalty can be imposed on the PMO office. So delays are not permitted usually, but things is like a situation like COVID and all this thing arises, then definitely this is taken into account by the client also. He'll say fine, the labor is not coming because there is a lockdown, so there is a delay. Such type of delay like creation of God, like earthquake and floods and all those things will be accounted for, but the mistakes and errors from the team of PM, that is project manager, should not happen, right? So management of record, maintenance and management of all contract related documents and correspondence is carried out. So this is the table which represents the project closure procurement inputs. Just now we have discussed this. These are procurement documents which, see, this is sort of a checklist only. Contract schedule, procurement scope, quality control guidelines and history. ISO we have seen in last session. Quality project quality management, cost performance evaluation, how much you have spent and how much you got back. Inspection report, see, periodical or regular interval, the inspection will be carried out both by the client and by your organization as a PM. So that also has to be maintained, so that it comes very handy as a reference कि कितने बार inspection हुआ है and what exactly were the result, what have you found, whether there was no deviation, there was a positive deviation or a negative deviation. So I hope the things are clear up till now. Financial information has also to be documented, like how much payment you have to done to whom, to which vendor, how much you have paid, all this thing, how much salary you have paid to your employees, and how much payment you have received from the client has to be recorded. Now these are the some of the project closure procurement tools and technique. Audit, we have just now seen it, right? It helps to audit helps to take a look back, take a look in the past. Retrospective. What is the meaning of retrospective? It is like looking back, right? Looking back in the past and knowing what was the process that was carried out. Procurement negotiations. What is this? The negotiation process is the process of choice for resolution of outstanding issues. Anything, see, like if there is a hike in budget, then probably you have to inform your client and negotiate, because whatever contract you have made, you are not supposed to deviate. But in case because of some uncertain reason it has happened, then this phase will come. This tools and techniques you have to use. The second procedure of choice is mostly the alternative dispute resolution. ADR method is also it is called as alternative dispute resolution. You may appoint a negotiator, right, an arbitrator. So it depends, but usually things should not go to that level. The things should get resolved between the PM and the client, or between the vendors, like vendors or stakeholders we can call it, all stakeholders, and maybe like vendors. Vendors are one of the stakeholder, right, or suppliers we call them. Management of records and documents becomes tools and techniques to find out how exactly the project was processed, how exactly the project was completed. Now these are the outputs of project closure procurement. Close procurement and documents update. You all know, see, everything closure talks about documenting all the things which has happened. It is just like recalling whatever you have done earlier. Retrospective. That's why this particular word is being used. Closure involves like memorizing the start, the birth of the project, and the not exactly I would say the completion of the project, not the death but the completion, where you have completed whatever was assigned to you. Types of project termination. What are different types? We are going to take a look at it, but before that I think we should go See, they are terminated in three type: extinction, inclusion, and integration. We'll be discussing this also. But let me just browse through whatever slide, because see, these are more than, I think, more than how much? They are more than 54 slides, which we'll be discussing in all these three sessions. Early or unnatural termination, these are again one of the type. We'll be discussing on this. The transition plan, the component of transition means moving from one phase to another. This scope, risk, contingency, I'm just going to browse across. We are supposed to discuss on all this aspect. Document approval, name and contact number. This is part of transition team, right? Because you are transiting from, you're closing, you're completing the project. So that is a transition. Earlier you were on the project, now it's a transition. These are the closure reports. See, this is a PDF which I have enclosed. This is a checklist for project closure. This you are supposed to do. We'll be taking a look on this also, don't worry. This is a checklist. Post-project activities. What are the post-project activities? We are going to take a look at this also. And here, let us go to the first MCQ. From HR perspective, project manager's responsibility in planning role includes what? Hiring the team. Yes, he's accountable for that. He has to hire the team. Developing work schedule, right? Developing work schedule. Forecasting, he has to do it. Feedback session. Responsibility includes what? Includes what? Developing work schedule. I'm say this option B. Hiring is fine. Hiring is done. Hiring the team from HR perspective. Hiring the team, right? Developing work schedule is not the job of it's a job of project manager, not the HR perspective. Forecasting and feedback session are all part of project manager. Hiring the team is the part of HR perspective. To successfully manage a project, the PM must play both a manager's and leadership role. In the manager's role, the PM will do all but which of the following, which he is not going to do. So here, developing procedure is his duty. Produce results for the stakeholder is his job. Then focus on organizational structure. This is job of PMO. And develop procedure is again align people, that is orient people towards the objective, is again job of PMO, not PM. So the correct option is right. It is going to be 5. That is both B and D. This is B and this is D. In fact, it should have been numbered as A, B, C, D. But anyway, B stands for 2 and D stands for 4. So the correct option is both B and D. Right? So let me now take you to one of a nice video defining what exactly is project. In fact, we started with Six Sigma, but now we would like to see a video where what exactly project is defined by so one of very good channel. I'll share the link also of that channel. Plenty of good nice videos, 4 minutes, 5 minutes videos are given, and which explain all this concept of project management very closely and very in detailed form in such a short time. Those are all very small videos, but they are all excellent. I request all of you, it's my humble advice to go through all these videos. Apart from our regular lecture sessions video, you should take a look at this also. So let me first of all stop sharing. Then let me put share sound, optimize for video, share. Now I'm going to take you to this particular websites. Here first video which we are going to see is something on project, and again as our regular practice, I'll be asking few questions at the end. So I expect this is about project handover and this is about defining the project. It's a lengthy video, we'll cut it short. I won't be playing it for the entire session, I mean so the complete video. So here we go. Just let me know whether you are able to hear the video and whether you are able to watch the video properly. So here
this short video seminar, I'd like to talk to you about a crucial stage in your project, defining it.
Yes, I'll put CC on. Yes, here we go.
I'd like to talk to you about a crucial stage in your project, defining it. In fact, I could argue that this is the most important stage of a project, for the simple reason that if you don't get the foundations right, if you don't define your project properly right from the start, then you have nothing to build on. Your plans will be based on a weak understanding of what it is you're trying to create, and you will execute based on faulty plans, based on weak foundations. So the definition stage isn't just the first stage in your project, it's arguably the most important. And in this seminar, I want to show you the 10 components of a really good project definition. And let's get started straight away with the goal. The goal of your project answers a very simple question. What is it that you want? The goal sets out the whole aim for the project, and I always advise project managers to think very carefully about crafting the wording of your goal to make it a little bit inspirational. Something that will inspire your team to follow you, a rallying cry for your stakeholders. The goal sets out what the project is, and then the second thing in our project definition is our objectives. And our objectives set out constraints on how we deliver our project, how we deliver our goal, if you like, so that we know what success looks like. And objectives typically come in 3 types. For every project, you need to think about, are there time or schedule objectives? Are there cost or budget objectives? And are there quality objectives? Set out the criteria against which you'll measure success, and these are your project objectives. The third thing to consider is the scope. The scope of your project is all the things that you need to do to make your project a success. Or put another way, it's all the things that you need to create. But we won't put it that way because there are 2 different ways to think about scope, and for me the more convenient is to think about the scope of work, the tasks, the activities that you and your colleagues need to engage in. So here you're starting to think about what you will do. And the 4th item is what you won't do, the out-of-scope items or exclusions. So in defining our project so far, we've got the goal, what we want. We've got the objectives, how we want it, the constraints that we put around achieving our project successfully. We've got the scope, what it is we need to do to achieve our goal and objectives. And we've got the exclusions, things that we deliberately determine will not be part of our project. And this is important because once your project starts, people will come up to you and they'll say, "Hey, Mike, project's going really well. There's one thing, could you just?" The 3 words that project managers fear above all else, and they're someone else's attempt to get their hobby horse, their concerns included in your project. And of course, in doing that, in adding to your scope, they're using up your resources, your budget, and your time. So we need to be explicit in stating what the exclusions are from our scope, so that when we get our project definition signed off by our boss, by our client, or by our sponsor, we have signed off what we're not going to do, so that we've got ammunition to turn to somebody and say, "No, it's not included within our scope. We shan't be doing it because we don't have the time, we don't have the resource, and we don't have the budget." If the most convenient way to think about scope is the work or the activities that need to be done, the things that you produce, the products or deliverables of the project, are the 5th component of our project definition. Make a list of all the deliverables or all of the products that your project will produce. And those 2 words, by the way, mean the same thing. It's just that in the UK, we tend to use the word deliverable more frequently, and in the US, project managers tend to use the word product more frequently. During the definition stage, both your scope statement and your list of deliverables will tend to focus on the big items, and some of the more detailed items may be left for the planning stage. One of the other things that you'll be leaving for the planning stage are the detailed specifications of the deliverables that you're identifying in the definition stage. What you need at this stage is to know any critical functionality specifications or any compliance requirements. The sixth element of our project definition are dependencies and constraints. Strictly speaking, these are two different things, but it makes sense to take them together at the outset. Dependencies are things external to your project on which your project is dependent. Constraints are things that constrain the choices you will make within your project. So dependencies and constraints are often very similar, and some things could equally well be framed as one or the other. Both of them will dictate some elements of the planning choices you make in the next stage. So for me, it makes sense to include them together. If you prefer to separate them out, that's fine. So what is your project dependent upon, and what are the constraints? Typical examples might be other activities going on within your organization that create dependencies. Perhaps it's use of resources, or perhaps it's key milestones or deadlines for other projects which will get in the way of your project. And typical constraints are things like operating procedures or regulations or legislation. But it may also be around preferences of senior people within the organisation. The seventh component of our project definition needs to be an identification of any risks or issues that are affecting the project, the big risks, the big issues that need to be resolved or accounted for early on in the project to give you a strong platform for success. Now, risks are uncertainties that can affect the outcome, anything that could go wrong, basically. Issues are not uncertainties, they are certainties that can affect outcome. They're things that have happened or will definitely happen that need to be taken care of. So strictly speaking, one could argue that an issue is just a risk with a probability of 100%. Anyway, make sure that you identify all the things you need to take care of, all the things that could go wrong or are going wrong, and that's your risks and issues. The eighth item is uncertainties and assumptions. Of course, the two are intimately linked. We're uncertain what the budget's going to be, but we're assuming it's going to be $100,000. Uncertainties need to be cleared up as we move from the definition stage into the planning stage. And assumptions need to be validated as we move from the definition stage into the planning stage. There is nothing wrong with making assumptions, by the way. It's a necessary way of operating as we build our project plans. The mistake is not in making assumptions, but it's in forgetting that all you've got is an assumption and not a certainty. So list everything that you're assuming to be true but don't know to be true. Everything you're not sure about and need to clarify. And that's the eighth component of our project definition. The ninth component is vital. It's your stakeholders. Because stakeholders are the people who have any kind of interest in your project, and often
See, remember, these are all the keywords which you have just. See, we have already used all these keywords in our earlier discussion. Stakeholders and scope of the project, objectives, exclusiveness, deliverables, dependency and constraint, uncertain. It is VUCA. Just now we discussed VUCA word, right? So remember all these keywords. These are very, very important from our subject point of view.
they will be the ones who judge the success or failure of your project. During the definition stage, therefore, it is vital to identify who the key stakeholders are, the ones with the biggest impact, the ones who are most affected, the ones who are most likely to oppose your project and potentially cause you trouble, and the ones who have the greatest ability and willingness to support you and be helpful. Of course, as you move from the definition stage to the planning stage, you'll increasingly identify more and more stakeholders with lesser and lesser stakes. But at the outset, you need to be starting to think and plan your project around those all-important key stakeholders. Indeed, it may well be that the definition of your project, the goal you set, the objectives you set, and the scope you set are determined in large part by the needs, the preferences, priorities, and the desires of your key stakeholders. The final part of our 10-part project definition worksheet are your project team. Now, at the outset, you're unlikely to be able to identify all of your project team members. But what you should be able to do is identify the key roles that you will need to fulfill and put names possibly to some of the essential roles, key experts that you're absolutely dependent upon, and some of the governance roles. Who is going to be the project manager? Who is going to be the sponsor or project director? Who or what part of the organization is going to oversee the project? Your project board or your project steering group. This is your opportunity to show during the project definition stage that you're aware of the level of priority of the project and you've thought about who the key personnel are and what skills you need to draw into your project to make it succeed. So, 10 components to a project definition, and you'll see that you can download a simple worksheet so that you can start to plan this out for yourself down below this video.
So that is all for this video. I hope, in fact, I wanted to cut it short, but the video seems to be very good, right? So that's why I played it for the entire session. I'm going to stop sound sharing, option sharing, optimize for video sharing, and I'm going to share screen again. So let us move back to our slide on. This was related to this. Yeah, this one. So what have you followed? What were the 10 components? Can you just recall few of the keywords? I don't want the entire 10. Yes, stakeholders is one, yeah, then the project team was another, right? So your goals of the project, which you start, is the very first step. This is what the video was talking about. So all these 10 keywords are very important and we are repeatedly using it every time. So you need not worry about it because we are already done with most of the session. Few keywords will come in upcoming session. So let us move back to our presentation. I hope all of you following up till now. Let us discuss about types. I think we have done with this also. Types of project termination. Now what is this? What exactly are various types of project termination? Projects are not permanent, as we have been telling it in all of my sessions. Projects have a start and have an end. That's why CPN part, which we have discussed earlier, I've shown you video also. Critical path method. We'll start, there will be a starting event and there will be a closing event. So, and the rest of the activities goes on maybe parallelly or maybe in isolation are part of the project. So, projects are not permanent, they have a birth, they start and there's a closure or completion. So, projects are not permanent as they are bound to end somewhere or the other. So the termination of the project is an inevitable occurrence. Say nobody can stop it. Either they are going to die out and say the project is not completed, so it won't move further, or the project is completed on time. So the project has to end somewhere. Whether closing can be like non-completion of the project, the team will move away from that particular site or from that particular event. The events are also projects. Let us take a day-to-day example. Event of marriage, for example. There are many event companies, and when they get an assignment of XYZ that they want to have a destination wedding, right? Wedding which is not a regular sort of wedding. They move to a location and like we have an example of Virat Kohli. He did it in right? I hope all of you have seen that marriage or that particular news. So that is also a project. So project has to be terminated somewhere or other. Once the marriage is over, then that project is over. The team will move on to another project where they get another assignment from the PM office and they work on it. However, the way a project is terminated can positively or adversely affect the morale of the employees and the image of the organization. As I said, if the project is completed positively, it will have a different set of morale, a different set of motivation to the employees. And if it is done negatively, because a lot of energy and efforts goes by all the team members in completion of this project. If something goes wrong, then all the team members have to suffer.
and this may lead to fall of morale as well as motivation. Energy level may drop down. People may get nervous. Anxiety may cripple in. So, project termination has to be on the side of positivity. It should be completed positively. And say, as per the schedule, as per the budget, or as per the estimate also. For budget, we can use the word estimate, whatever estimate we have given. Like again, day-to-day example, if I want to paint my house, that becomes a project. For whom? The painter. He give me estimate कि साहब मुझे इतना इतना paint लगेगा, and this will be my labor, and I'm going to complete it in 5 days time. If I'm doing a painting before Diwali or before Eid or before Christmas, then it's a sort of project. For I'm the client, and for painter it is a project. We complete it, finish it off, and move away. Probably to another site, to another client. So this project can also be done from our day-to-day example. Painting is a very good example. I am staying in this particular flat for last 10 years. Now this flat needs a paint, needs a renovation sort of. Even giving work to the carpenter. Like if I want to renovate my office or my flat, my residence, then that is a project for that particular architect or the contractor. Many times we do not get architect involved. We have our own design in mind, and we will assign that work to a carpenter, explaining him that how I want it to be completed. This is my budget, and this is the time frame in which you have to complete. And the architect or maybe the contractor, the carpenter, will give you estimate, right? It will give you estimate that this is what is going to happen. These are the requirements. So much of ply, so much of this thing, material, so much of fevicol or adhesive. So he will give that estimate and he'll give his charges as a compensation, labor charges. It may be daily basis, it can be weekly basis. It depends what sort of contract you are going with that particular contract. So these are day-to-day examples of project, and they are also projects. Even though the scale is very small, here what we are talking about are usually large scale projects. Where all this, see, once the carpenter completed, you need not be doing documentation because it is your own. It's an individual project. I'm not accountable to anything. The stakeholders are whom? Only the vendor, I'm saying the carpenter and me myself are the only two stakeholders. Nobody else. And maybe I'm accountable to my family member because they would like to give their inputs. But because no formal stakeholders are involved, that's why documentation part is not there. It's almost nil. All what the carpenter will be giving you is, if you have taken renovation of your furniture, the bills. He will, estimate is already there with you, and you have to just match whether it has fit in your budget, right? Maybe 11th hour changes may be there, which may escalate the budget, but you are knowing about it and you are not accountable to anybody because it's your money. But when we talk about a formal project, there the PM is accountable to so many stakeholders. Everybody who is involved, everybody who has contributed in the success or failure, what even failure you need to contribute. Maybe it is out of somebody's mistake, or maybe unfortunate incidents which may happen, like accident may happen, right? Which you have not taken into account. Strikes may happen, lockdown may happen. We have plenty of examples. War may take place, like Russia and Ukraine. We all know it. Most of the projects are closed there in Ukraine, particularly. Most of the factories are closed down. So it depends on what sort of project we are talking about. Here we are talking about large scale projects. I hope all of you are following me up till now. So once the project is ended, an audit report, this is what we have seen earlier. A report that summarizes the project and also offers solution and recommendation for relevant projects in future should be presented to the management. This is what I have told you earlier. The PM is accountable to PMO, he is accountable to client, he is also equally accountable to all vendors, suppliers. So, irrespective of whether a project is successfully completed or prematurely terminated, see this keyword, prematurely terminated. It is terminated. It is not closure. It is not completion. All of a sudden, it is stopped and it said that no longer we are going to work on this project. The higher management should identify star performers and recognize the contribution of the employee. Ultimately, job of management is what? Aligning the people. That is what one of of the MCQ was talking about. They should keep on motivating their team, their star performance by means of what? By incentives, reward, award, all those things can be done by appreciating them verbally, by calling them. So this boosts the morale, particularly when there is premature termination. Even in success also, you are supposed to give due credit to the people who have really contributed and have acted as a star performance or have acted as a troubleshooter other than troublemaker. Troublemakers, there is no role to play in this type of project because everything works on a deadline. All of you know. Like for example, day to example, we can talk about our examination. It is also a project, individual project where I myself is the only stakeholder, probably, or maybe your institute, because your results is going to do what? Is going to add value to their organization. If you top the course, if you get good marks, if everybody passes, then definitely the stakeholders will be yourself, who you the student who are giving the examination, and the stakeholders will be the organization or the institute where you are working or studying, not working exactly, studying. So let us move to our further slide. Project can be terminated in these three ways. So these are three ways which you have to remember. Extinction. We know dinosaurs got extincted. They were like what? They were washed out on this globe by a meteorite. It is used for cases where the project is completed. In such case, the project can be successful or unsuccessful. Extinction, right? Project can be both successful or unsuccessful, but it is completed. Not as per the schedule or budget, where we term that project as unsuccessful, or it can be successful, but the project has to be completed, which we say extinct means everything is like what? Everything is the project won't be there. You won't be working further on that project. The way dinosaurs got extinct, they were no longer there on this earth. So extinction is one of the ways. Then inclusion. In this scenario, the complete project team and its resources get migrated and are transferred to a new project or division. In this scenario, project team and its resources are moved and migrated to another project. Inclusion. The entire team is moved to another project, and this is a case where the project is successful and they are inclusion, they are included in another project. Integration. It is the most common and complex method of termination. The project resources, team, and their functions get reintegrated with the organization. The major factor in this process is to integrate the technological differences, if any, between the team and organizational resources. Here, integration is the team move back to their original organization. They are not going to any other project, right? Or the team is not going to get perished like extinction. Extinction is what? Getting perished. They don't have any further project, or they are not going to their original organization. So again, type of project termination by deciding on whether to continue or not with the project. The type of project is an important factor that needs to be considered. Just have given a day-to-day example of individual painting his house or home, or a big project like a satellite township, which we have there in where Mumbai, plenty of townships are there. Pune, all points, all metros. There are plenty of satellite townships that are coming, and those are all projects. They have a start and they have a aim. So I think things are clear until now. So let us move further. Mathematical models can be made use of in deciding whether to continue a project or not. See, between if you see there is a large deviation, particularly negative deviation happening, then certain mathematical models have been developed. We will be taking a look at on in our 14th session on that is going to be tomorrow on the software, project management software, which can identify whether it will be the project will be viable if we continue, whether it will be feasible from both the angle you have to take, viable and feasible. Right? Viable means monetary, feasible means whether it is really realistic from the point of view of timing, duration. Right? So these two words again are the keywords which you have to remember, and these two keywords will again frequently be used by the project manager. Many often we say no, this project is not at all viable as well as it is not at all feasible. Right? So this is nothing but using these two words is like you are judging whether this project will be successful or unsuccessful. So these two words can be used at any point of time when the project is going on. Here onward, if you think that the project is not, you should not continue the project, you can use certain mathematical model which we will be discussing in the session 14. Sometimes financial techniques like payback period or net present value are also used to determine the feasibility. See, here comes that one. I just use it and it is there. So from uh, from financial angle, feasibility and viability, right? Both can be discussed. The final decision depends on the outcome of such analysis and strategy factor. Once you have done the analysis, whether it's going to be good to move with the project or whether to close it. Like competitive edge and project offers to the organization. Cybernetic controls. Nowadays, because of the digitalization and a lot of AI, that is artificial intelligence, things have become very simple to monitor. So this technique can also be used to monitor the project throughout their life cycle. So the rule of termination manager is to ensure how to terminate project completion. These are the checklist which termination manager has to follow. Project completion, he has to think twice before giving a commitment that when the project is going to be completed. Delivery of the products and client expectation, presentation of final report. So this is checklist he has to maintain. Clearance of bills and invoice to the clients and vendors. He has to submit bills to the clients that this much I have spent and invoice to the vendors. Redistribution of resources. If somewhere the resources are like what they are not needed, they can be reallocated or redistributed so that you don't spend on inventory. It can be sent back also. That is again one of the methods. You feel that this particular item will not be needed in future, or maybe it will be needed in a longer duration after some months time. So you can send it back also. Record keeping and maintenance, record of all success factor and all failure factor. Whatever inspection you have done, you have to maintain that also. Delegate product support responsibility wherever required. Delegate product support. Monitor the closure of project related books. See, last stage is like what? All see some flashback sort of thing. Movie we see flashback. When we started and when now this is where we are. So you have to do a flashback sort of thing. Right? I hope all of you know what is flashback. So you have to do a retrospective analysis. What has happened in the past, right from the inception or the commissioning of the project till the closure. Support post-audit review is a detailed post-review report of a project that places an emphasis on the success factor and shortcoming, that is the limitation of the project, or loopholes also you can call it. You can identify various loopholes which has lead to what unsuccessfulness of the project, or which has lead to it has reduced the margin of success. Even the project is successful, but you cannot call it highly successful. You can say fine, so average. It offers a deep insight to the management as to how future project can be improvised. Because of this post-audit review, you can have a deep insight on how your future project will improvise and your future project will not go to failure. They will be successful. As per Meredith and Mantel, the focus of this report should be on project performance, administrative performance, organizational structure of the project team, project and administrative team, and project management technique, whatever tools and technique like CPN part we have discussed, like TQM we have discussed, like Six Sigma we have discussed, like Lean we have discussed, like Agile philosophy we have discussed. All these are tools and techniques that are used for monitoring and controlling the project in speeding up the delivery of the project, lean in particular. Natural termination of project. So before we move ahead with this particular slide, yeah, just read out the first few sentences, and again we'll move back to one more video, which is again 5 to 10 minutes. I do not know. I think it's 5 minutes video. That will again further clarify our project planning will be discussed. Natural termination occurs when the end objectives of the project has been aligned, attended, natural termination occurs when the end objective of the project has been attended. Whatever objective you have said, 1, 2, 3, 4, the last objective is fulfill. After fulfilling the first few objectives, if it is done, then you can say the project is successful and it can be terminated. It can be closed. Closure reports can be present. Resources like personal, immovable, and movable assets and equipments are transferred from the closed or terminated project to a division of the organization. Either they are moved, like here we have seen in what types of termination. They can be integrated or they can be included also. Inclusion can also be done. These two types of ways, here the resources are merged, maybe sent back to the office or they are merged. So I hope you everything is clear until now. I'm going to share you with one another video which will further clarify your doubts. Step by step, we are going to watch videos also in between. So that entire thing in this 2 day session, today and tomorrow, we're going to do sort of revision also, which we are going to do in the last session. But last session, as I said, revision will be limited because I'm already taking your revision by recall and all this thing. By revision, we are always trying to recap whatever we have done earlier. So this is part of revision only. But now I would like to share you with one of the videos. Let me find out where it is. First of all, I'm going to share some optimized for video today. Then I'm going to move to share the entire screen. Fine. Now I'm going to go to one of the another video. Project planning. See, right now we are talking about, yeah, let us find out close your project in a nutshell. But again, this is 12 minutes video. If I find that our concepts are clear in between, then we can give it a pause also. And see, this is the good channel. Its name is Online PM Courses by Mike Clayton. He is a wonderful speaker. He is having thorough knowledge about the project management, and all of his plenty of his videos talk about project like this one: project definition, project planning, project delivery. So these are all keywords we have used earlier. Project management in nutshell: close your project. Then he has done a video on introducing project management fundamentals. Then the role of project manager. See, all this video we are going to take a look. And in fact, you can subscribe to this particular channel. It's a wonderful channel, and particularly from the subject point of view, this is going to come very, very handy. Right? So I'm going to share you this another video on closure. Since we are talking on closure, let us discuss something on closure. Let us try to find out what Mike Clayton has to say on the project closure. This is a good channel which I found. And here we go with what? Here we go with this particular project manager closely from CC.
Hello. As we've looked at defining your project, planning your project, and delivering your project, so now it's time to look at closing your project down in an orderly fashion.
Does it sound clear?
And we're going to look at 7 essential disciplines for closing your project down. And the first one is handover and sign off of the last of your deliverables. Because the first step in closing your project down is also the last step of the delivery stage. It's handing over the products of your project into beneficial use. It's about getting sign off from the new owner, your client, your customer, the operational manager concerned, that what you've delivered meets their requirements, and sometimes this will be accompanied by some form of operational use memo or snagging list of things that need to get done. But essentially, when you hand over and get sign off, that moves you confidently into the close stage. The second discipline is therefore to review the project. How did it go? How did your project delivery match up to the original plans? How did you perform against budget, against schedule, and against specification? Your project delivery review needs to make sure that you understand how the project performed so that you can be fully accountable for yourself, for your team, and for the project infrastructure around you. One thing you can't do at this stage, however, is to look at the outcomes of the project. What was achieved using the deliverables or products that you produced? That needs to happen sometime between 6 and 18 months after handover, so all you can do at this stage is to schedule that outcomes or benefits review. The third discipline is to review lessons learned for the project. Now, if you watched our last video, you'll have heard me say that lessons learned reviews need to be continuously happening during the delivery stage of the project, but at the closing stage, you do need to get your whole team together to review everything that you've learned. Try to make it as appreciative as possible, in the sense of looking for what things people did that were good, that were beneficial. Because in a well-performing organisation and in a well-performing project organisation, you can improve better and faster by focusing on institutionalising good practices than by correcting poor practices. And of course, your lessons learned review is also an opportunity for you to offer praise and recognition for good performance among your team members. Now, some organisations make a big deal out of this. They produce long and sophisticated project reports, which are then circulated widely in the organisation, and often not read and filed and wasted. Now, whether your organisation produces these reports or not, and whether, if it does, they're properly read or not, the value of your lessons learned review is not for the reports and it's not for the wider organisation. It's for the people who have worked together on the project, because we get wiser when we take the time to reflect on what we've learned from our own experiences. The fourth discipline is to sit down with each of your team members and to give them good quality one-to-one feedback that will help them to develop and become better, more effective professionals as they move on to their next project. Clearly, on a large project where you may have 20, 30, 50, 100 or more team members, you can't sit down with all of them. So I will sit down with my workstream leaders and give them good quality one-to-one feedback and expect them to do the same with their team leaders, and so on. Here's your opportunity to give people focused individual praise and recognition, and also to identify how they can take their career forward and improve their practice next time. This is a real discipline, because as people start to drift away from the project, and as your mind starts to wander off of the project, sometimes the last thing you want to do is to look backwards. But you know what? It isn't looking backwards to develop people, it's looking forwards to the future of those individuals and of the organisation. Projects create admin. And so the fifth discipline, and this one really is a discipline, is to deal with all of the outstanding project admin. And a lot of projects never really end, even though we know they've done their thing, because there's loads of admin that hasn't been cleared and got out the way. Filing, invoicing, all of that sort of stuff. So make sure that you make a list of all of the project admin that needs to be done and work your way through it and clear it. Ideally, you'll delegate a lot of that. But remember, the first rule of delegation is don't just delegate the rubbish as a punishment for somebody else or because you can't be bothered. Make sure that you're delegating for good reasons. Delegate to help other individuals to develop their skills or independent working, or to give them responsibility. Or delegate because it makes really good, effective use of your time and theirs. Clear your project admin, and then we move on to the sixth discipline, which requires a lot less discipline. It's celebrate. Always, always, always celebrate the completion of your projects. Because that way, the people who have been working on the project feel recognised and rewarded. And they feel good about themselves. And it improves their confidence and morale going to their next projects. In these times, sometimes it's hard to get a budget out of your organisation to pay for a project celebration. And maybe that's appropriate. As a project manager, I've always thought that it's my responsibility to make some form of celebration happen, and it doesn't have to be grand and it doesn't have to be expensive. For me, it's about taking the team out for a pleasant meal, a sociable event, something that lets people recognise we've reached a key point in our careers as well as the end of our projects, and that we've done something to be proud of, and we can share stories about it as colleagues and friends. And when you finish the celebration, the last thing to do is to create and sign off a project closure memo. And a project closure memo is a simple document that says, you know what, we've handed over our project and we've got that signed off. And we've done all the reviews and we've cleared our admin and we've celebrated our success. And now I, as project manager, believe the project is complete. And you sign that off. And when you sign that off, you pass it to your client, to your sponsor, to your boss. And you ask them if they believe the project is complete. And when they countersign it, that's the point at which you know the project is over. The project's complete. It's done. Go home. Enjoy a good night's rest and relaxation, because tomorrow is almost certainly going to be another project. Have you enjoyed this series of short project management videos? I hope you have, and I hope you found them useful. But you may be thinking, they have been useful, but I need more. And this is where I want to tell you about our online PM courses, core course programs. We have 3 of them. Our Fast Start program, which is designed for individuals who want to get started quickly and make a success of their first project. We've also got our Skills Mastery program for project managers who are serious about being successful in their next major project. And we've got our Project Managers Immersion program for project managers who are committed to making their next project a solid base for a project management career. Each one consists of videos like this, ranging from around 20 videos in our Project Managers Fast Start program to around 50 in the Skills Mastery and over 120 videos in the Immersion program. Each one of them is designed as a coherent route through your project management learning, making it easy to access, easy to understand, and yet solid and robust in the information it presents. If you are serious about taking your project management career to the next step, if you're serious about delivering your next project successfully and delighting your clients, your customers, and your boss, then one of these courses will be right for you. And I invite you to take one of them. You can see below this video a simple guide to the different courses. And if you click on the buttons, you'll be taken to a course purchase page where you'll be able to see the course in detail and make your mind up. And then all you have to do is click the enroll button and you can buy the course. But you may be wondering, hang on a moment, what if it's not the right course for me? Well, I put in place 2 very strong protections for you that mean you can buy with absolute confidence. And the first is our 30-day guarantee. If you don't like the course, if it's not right for you, if you don't want it, if you don't enjoy it, if you don't think it's a good course for you, then ask for your money back within 30 days and you will get it back. Of course, I'll ask you what the problem was, so that if it's something I can fix, I will fix it for other people. But you will get your money back within 30 days if you request it. But secondly, I hope you will like the course. And I hope at the end of it, you'll say, you know what, I want more. I want a bigger, better course. And this is where our easy upgrade promise comes in. If you want to upgrade from one of our core courses to another bigger core course, and who they're aimed for.
Yeah, that is all for this particular video. I hope all of you followed. It was a nutshell closing the project. Right? And this is something which what we are discussing right now. So I won't be asking any question on this. So parallelly, what we are going to do is we're going to go back or once we are going to do is what we are going to see another video. After that, we'll go move back to our PPT, because this share screens on this mode share sound also. So let me take you to another video which will further clarify our doubts. And see, again, I would like to recommend you one of another website. This is cases.som.yell.com. Now, this website is wonderful for case studies. Case studies from all walk of life is presented here, and which you can freely access, and will be solving. See, the cases which are taken is from this website. So obviously, acknowledgement goes to Yale University, and many cases they have done in collaboration with different like Singapore University and all those things. So this is one. Let me take you to another. Yeah, project planning. We first of all take a look. Then yeah, this is one of basic video. How does project management work? We're going to take a look on this.
Project management.
And again, as I said, at the end of this video, be ready for the questions. In case if I find something good can be asked on this thing, because see, this most of the thing we have already covered. If you know that, right? So let me just find out whether I have continued sharing. Yeah, it's on. Fine. Let us take a look at this video also, and let us know how this project management works. This is again wonderfully prepared video. And after completing this particular video, I'll be taking you back to our original PPT, where you are free to ask questions, where you are free to raise your doubts. Is the thing okay with all of you? Are you enjoying the videos? Just let me know, give me the feedback. Here we go with the video. And note down this website address also. Online PM courses. These are good, wonderful videos, small videos, which clarifies the doubts or whatever difficulties we are facing, further clarifies it so that everything like we know the concept is might clear it all. Right. Here I play the video.
That's an easy question. I know the answer to that. And then you think about it more carefully and you realize it's actually quite a difficult question. I got asked the question, how does project management work? And it was one of those questions. So in this video, I want to share with you my answer. Project management is a tool set. It has a set of methods, methodologies, systems, processes, ideas, tools, and approaches and attitudes that are all designed to help us to manage complexity, to manage uncertainty, to manage a novel environment where we need to do a complicated thing to a deadline with a limited set of resources. And
his mic is also talking about VUCA world. What the word he has used it comes from managing complexity and uncertainty. This is nothing but managing the VUCA world. Vulnerability, C for complexity, VU uncertainty, C for complexity, and A for ambiguity. This is what these are the keywords which will come in almost all management lectures when we talk about it. Okay. So here we start with our video.
To manage a novel environment where we need to do a complicated thing to a deadline with a limited set of resources and a limited budget, and often it's something we've never done before. But that still leaves the question, how does that tool set work? And my answer is one word: control. It brings control to a complex, uncertain, fast-moving, hard-to-interpret environment. And that's the secret of project management. But if control is the answer, how does that answer really work? How do the project management tools, methods, techniques, systems, processes, and attitudes bring control to a project environment? Well, I think they do so through an interconnected, interdependent set of methods. And I think there are 5 things I'd like to highlight. The first is clarity. We need to be absolutely clear what it is we're trying to do. So at the start of a project, we define our project and we use words like goal, objective, outcome, scope, specification, standard, in order to be absolutely clear what it is that our project is going to do, and equally what it is that it's not going to do. Effectively, what we're trying to do is to create a boundary that separates all the things that we could do from the limited set of things that we will do. Secondly, that chunk of things that we are going to do is still amorphous, and we need to understand it better. So we break it down into chunks. We split it up into smaller pieces. We use tools like a work breakdown structure to do that, and then we use tools like a network chart to sequence those pieces so that we have a logical progression that guides us and gives us some control over what we do next. And we use things like Gantt charts and milestones to help us understand when things are going to get done. We build a plan. But managing to the plan, vital as it is not enough. The third thing we need to do is to pay attention to the people on our project teams and our stakeholders. They're the glue that hold the project together. So this is the part where we manage and lead. We lead our teams and we engage with our stakeholders. We lead our teams so that we have a sense of control over what they're doing and how they're doing it. Not because we're telling them what to do, but because we're listening to them and we understand what they're doing. And again, we're not trying to manage our stakeholders and control them. We gain control by listening to our stakeholders, by engaging with them, understanding their concerns, and therefore we know what it is that we're going to have to deal with and manage.
This is what we have seen in our earlier session on vendor relationship, right? Vendor management. This is what Mr. Mike is talking about. Take a deeper look at it and listen to this video carefully.
On our project. Next, having a plan is one thing, but how do we stay on plan? And if we can't stay on plan, how do we get back to our plan? And the answer is project controls, a whole suite of tools and techniques that help us stay in control of the plan. Because things can go wrong on projects and that can have an impact. These are risks, so we use risk management in order to control risk. People will want to know what's going on in your project, so we use reporting. You will want to know what's going on, so you use the monitor and control cycle. There will be pressure to change the scope of your project or the specifications of the deliverables that you're producing during the project. That can cost money. It can bring benefits. How do we weigh the one against the other and control what could be uncontrolled change and additional cost through the change control process? Your project may produce many versions of the products and services it produces as it moves from prototype to the final solution. So we use version control to control that. There are lots of project management controls, and that's the fourth source of control. And the fifth source of control is the attitude we bring to work. What we need to do is to be controlled ourselves. We need to balance our desire for rigor and careful analysis and rational thinking, our desire to push and drive hard to hit the plan, with our need to respect people as individuals, to be supportive, to guide them, to lead them, and to help them to develop. If we can control that, and we can control our plan, and we are clear about what it is we're trying to do.
So that is also this 5 important points is being taught in this video. I'm going to stop sharing this video. Let us move back to our slide. Yes, I'm going to share the screen again, and we're going to move back to our Next slide. Right. So I hope you have followed this video. What he said, like attitude. Attitude is what? It's all about leadership. So the attitude will come in your team when you are motivated, when you are charged, when your morale is very high. So he's talked about attitude, and he's talked about control, and he's talked about what? All other points like clarity. First of all, you should have clarity in your mind before starting with anything, before putting anything in black and white. If your concepts are not clear, then the clarity will go away. So clarity will determine how successful your project, because you should have crystal clear picture in your mind. This is how the project is going to work. So clarity and attitude. Clarity is the start of the project concept. Like it's the initiation of the when you start a project. And attitude is something which may end up as a success of the project. So I hope you followed that video. Any doubt in that? Any questions you would like to ask? Fine. Let us move further. We were till what? Natural termination we have discussed. Let us go to early or unnatural termination. This is the most what you can call it as the most worst scenario which may happen with the project team. It may like it's going to be a nightmare sort of thing. If early or unnatural termination of the project takes place, then obviously the moral and motivation level of the entire team of PM is going to go down. What are these early or unnatural termination of project? Early or unnatural termination occurs if the project fails to attain its objective or the outcome of the project is no longer needed. So when this is going to happen? Early or unnatural. So it's not natural, right? Early. Premature also we can call it. Premature termination. Some factors that may affect project termination are inability to meet project's objective and no intellectual value anticipated on continuation. You feel that you are the PM, you will not be able to attain the project objectives which were set earlier, which were set at the start of the project. See, every organization starts with the vision. There is a vision. I've given plenty of example on this. Vision of e-commerce company of Amazon is to be the largest e-retailer, and they have achieved it. From vision comes the mission. Mission means actually performing. This is my mission to achieve this much target. It's target oriented. And from mission becomes the objective. So objective for all the organizations there are objectives. Maybe objectives may differ from team to team. A marketing department objective may be to increase the sale by 10 or 20% in this first quarter, whereas HR team objective can be like to have least iteration rate in the organization, to have the maximum level of satisfaction among the employees. Whereas marketing team's objective can be to attain maximum level of customer satisfaction. Here in HR it was employee satisfaction, and here it is customer satisfaction. I hope all of you getting it. So objective may differ, but the vision and mission of the organization is going to remain same. And when the PM feels that PM is again, there should not be any confusion. PM is project manager. Feels that they are not able to attain the objective which was set by themselves for the project, they may discontinue the project because there is no point in wasting time and energy and money. So change in the internal and external project environment, in case if there are change in the internal environment and external environment of the project itself. This may again lead to what? Early or unnatural termination. All of a sudden, the entire setup, your internal setup, say the team has changed, the entire team has changed, the top executives have changed. This may lead to what? Conflict. This may lead to what? Demotivation. Because nobody would like to have, there is always a resistance to change. All of a sudden, decisions are taken if they are not communicated early. This may also lead to what? Early termination of the project. I hope all of you are getting everything now. No sustainable value for the company expected from the project even when completed. Like Lavasa is a very good example. I do not know how many of you know it. It was a project which was taken in Pune many political parties and political people back that lot of funding came, but it was a horrible failure which was left in between. Now, if you see the state of Lavasa, which is there in Pune, near Khadakwasla, this is a very good example. You can put it in your final exam also. Lavasa Pune. You can search on internet also. I think I should be able to show you that also. Let me find out if we can readily access to that particular case study. Lavasa city failure. Yeah, there's plenty of video on that. So we want to take, see, this is one of the excellent example. Probably this video is crore failed Indian city. It was 1.47 lakh crore failed. What was projected by PM or PM office. It's a wonderful video.
लवासा इंडिया की सबसे पहली
It's in Hindi, but this will give us an insight how project fails. Because since we are on this particular slide, let me stop sharing and let me continue with share of sound and optimize. So this is a must-see video from project point of view. And forget about the language. It's being presented in Hindi. It doesn't matter. Let me find out whether it is there in Hindi, English also. No, I don't know. See, all of a sudden, just while hearing the lecture, it strike me that this can be shown as one of the video related to our project matter. Take a deeper look at it and at the end tell me what was the exact results and failure.
पहली प्लान्ड हिल सिटी थी। अरबों रुपए लवासा सिटी बनाने के लिए इन्वेस्ट किए गए और हजारों लवासा इंडिया की सबसे पहली प्लान्ड हिल सिटी थी। अरबों रुपए लवासा सिटी बनाने के लिए इन्वेस्ट किए गए और हजारों लोगों ने यहाँ पर अपने पैसे लगाए, लेकिन लवासा जिसे 2 लाख लोगों के हिसाब से डिजाइन किया गया था, वहां पर आज 20,000 लोग भी नहीं रहते।
Narration is in Hindi, the captions are coming in English. So if you're not comfortable with Hindi, don't worry, just read out the text.
लाख लोगों के हिसाब से डिजाइन किया गया था, वहां पर आज 20,000 लोग भी नहीं रहते। पॉलिटिक्स, रूल्स को ना मानना और कई सारे गलत कामों का अंजाम बुरा ही होता है। इसका लवासा एक प्राइम एग्जाम्पल है और आज हम यही समझेंगे कि लवासा था क्या और इसके साथ में हुआ क्या। वो सिटी इतनी पसंद आई कि उन्होंने अपना एक ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट मन में बना लिया कि इंडिया में भी पोर्टोफिनो इटली की तरह एक सिटी उन्हें बनानी है और इंडिया के अंदर इन वर्ल्ड क्लास स्टैंडर्ड्स को उन्हें इंप्लीमेंट करना है। कुछ साल प्लानिंग करने के बाद में साल 2000 से लेकर साल 2003 के बीच में अजीत गुलाबचंद और एचसी कंपनी ने मिलकर महाराष्ट्र के पुणे के पास में सह्याद्री माउंटेन्स के बीच में एक जगह डिसाइड की और मुल्शी तालुका में बेस्ड इस जगह पर लवासा सिटी बनाने का निर्णय लिया गया और इसका काम शुरू कर दिया गया। लवासा के इनिशियल प्लान्स में 5 सब टाउन्स थे और हर एक टाउन एक वैली में बसा हुआ था, एक वाटर बॉडी के पास में। आप ऐसा कह सकते हो कि हर एक टाउन को अपना एक अलग लेक एक्सेस दिया जा रहा था। हर टाउन की अपनी स्पेशलिटी थी, कहीं पर रेसिडेंशियल, कहीं पर प्रॉपर अम्यूजमेंट, कहीं पर फिल्म प्रोडक्शन तो कहीं पर आईटी। इस हिसाब से अलग अलग टाउन्स को डिजाइन किया जा रहा था। इस पूरे टाउन में बहुत बड़े स्केल पर काफी सुंदर घर, विलास, टूरिस्ट अट्रैक्शंस इन्हें बनाया जा रहा था और लोग अच्छी खासी कीमतों पे अपनी लाइफ सेविंग्स यहाँ पर इन्वेस्ट कर रहे थे या फिर बैंक से अच्छे खासे इंटरेस्ट पर लोन लेते हुए यहाँ पर घर खरीद रहे थे। लोगों को प्रॉमिस किया जा रहा था कि यहाँ पर इंटरनेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस बनेंगे जिसके अंदर ऑक्सफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी का भी स्टेक होगा। स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर यहाँ पे बहुत ज्यादा डेवलप किया जाएगा और मैनचेस्टर क्लब यहाँ पे पार्टनर के तौर पर उभर कर आई थी। इसके अलावा कई सारी एमएनसी कंपनीज, आईटी कंपनीज और लग्जूरियस होटल चेन्स यहाँ पर अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स बनाएगी, ऐसा लोगों को कहा गया, जिसके कारण लवासा देखते ही देखते इंडिया का सबसे हैपनिंग प्रोजेक्ट बनता जा रहा था और उसी हिसाब से यहाँ पर लोग अपने पैसे लगाते जा रहे थे। और ये सारी की सारी चीजें 25,000 एकड़ जमीन में फैली होगी, जो उस समय के लिए किसी सिंगल प्रोजेक्ट के हिसाब से एक बहुत बड़ी जमीन थी। इनिशियली लवासा का काम बहुत ज्यादा फास्ट हुआ। साल 2008-9 तक कुछ इलाके शहर के ऑलरेडी तैयार हो चुके थे और लोगों को देखने लग गया था कि लवासा किस तरीके से बनाया जाएगा। लेकिन साल 2010 से चीजें चेंज होना शुरू हो गई। दोस्तों, वेस्टर्न घाट्स या सह्याद्री माउंटेन रेंज यूनेस्को प्रोटेक्टेड नेचुरल जोन है और इसके कारण यहाँ पर कंस्ट्रक्शन करने के लिए बहुत सारी परमिशंस की जरूरत होती है। वैसे भी अगर कोई भी आप बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट बना रहे हो तो परमिशंस की लिस्ट काफी लंबी है, लेकिन स्पेसिफिकली अगर आप इस तरीके के जोन में प्रोजेक्ट बना रहे हो तो ये लिस्ट और भी ज्यादा लंबी हो जाती है। लेकिन लवासा ने कंस्ट्रक्शन शुरू करने के पहले जरूरी परमिट्स लेना नेसेसरी नहीं समझा। आखिर में कई लोगों के द्वारा एनवायरमेंटल मिनिस्ट्री को कंप्लेन की गई और बहुत ज्यादा कंप्लेंट्स आ जाने के बाद में एनवायरमेंट मिनिस्ट्री ने एक्शन लेना शुरू किया। लवासा ने स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से तो परमिशन ली थी, लेकिन सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से नहीं। आखिर एनवायरमेंटल मिनिस्ट्री में 2011 में नोटिस भेजते हुए लवासा को अपने पूरे साइट पर सारे के सारे काम बंद करने के ऑर्डर्स दिए। लवासा और महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट का कहना यह था कि क्योंकि लवासा सिटी सी लेवल से 100 मीटर से ज्यादा ऊंचाई पर मौजूद नहीं है, तो जो हिल डेवलपमेंट के रूल्स है उसके अंतर्गत इसे नहीं रखा जा सकता और इसीलिए सेंटर की परमिशन जरूरी नहीं है। लेकिन असलियत में लवासा सी लेवल से 100 मीटर ऊपर था। साथ साथ उसी समय पर एनवायरमेंट मिनिस्ट्री का रूल था कि अगर कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट अगर 50 करोड़ की ज्यादा की वैल्यू रखता है, 1000 से ज्यादा लोगों को यहाँ पर डायरेक्ट इन्वॉल्वमेंट होने वाला है, तो उस समय पर परमिशन लेना जरूरी था और ये काम नहीं किया गया। और इसी स्टेट सेंटर के बीच में चल रहे फ्रिक्शन के कारण लवासा का काम आने वाले कई सालों के लिए बंद रहा। लेकिन दोस्तों, इतने बड़े प्रोजेक्ट को बनाने के पहले ऑब्वियसली कई सारे लोगों का इन्वॉल्वमेंट होता है और उसके बिना कोई भी प्राइवेट एंटिटी इतने बड़े डिसीजंस या फिर एक्शंस नहीं ले सकती। और काम रोक देने के बाद में एक एक करके ये चीजें बाहर आना शुरू हो गई कि लवासा के पीठ के पीछे क्या क्या चीजें हो रही थी। लवासा को महाराष्ट्र सरकार के द्वारा स्पेशल प्लानिंग अथॉरिटी का दर्जा दिया गया था, जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ आज तक गवर्नमेंट बॉडीज को दिया गया था। और क्योंकि एक प्राइवेट एंटिटी को ये डेजिग्नेशन दिया गया तो कई लोगों के कान इसके कारण खड़े हो गए। योगेश प्रताप सिंह, जो उस समय पर एक आईपीएस ऑफिसर थे और आज के दिनों में लॉयर है, उन्होंने लवासा पर यह आरोप लगाया कि बहुत सारी जमीन जो लवासा के लिए नेसेसरी थी उसे बहुत ही सस्ती कीमतों पर लीज पर दिया गया है लवासा कॉर्पोरेशन को, और इसके पीछे महाराष्ट्र सरकार की तरफ से उन्हें कॉर्पोरेशन मिला है। इनफैक्ट दोस्तों, कुछ आर्टिकल्स के हिसाब से यह भी कहा गया है कि जो पूरी 25,000 एकर्स की जमीन है उसे सिर्फ हर साल 75,000 रुपीज की कीमत पे लीज पर दिया गया है, जिसके कारण आप समझ सकते हो कि यह आरोप बहुत ही बड़ा है। उस समय पर महाराष्ट्र के इरिगेशन मिनिस्टर और डेप्यूटी सीएम अजित पवार जी पर यह आरोप लगाए गए कि उनका भी इसके अंदर इन्वॉल्वमेंट है। अब मिस्टर पवार ऐसा क्यों करेंगे, इसके पीछे भी एक स्टोरी बाद में बाहर आई। दरअसल मिस्टर अजित पवार शरद पवार जी के नेफ्यू है और शरद पवार जी की बेटी सुप्रिया सुले, जो अपने हस्बैंड के साथ में यशोमाला लीजिंग एंड फाइनेंस कंपनी के अंदर एक बहुत बड़ी स्टेक होल्डर हुआ करती थी, उन्होंने अपनी कंपनी को लवासा कॉर्पोरेशन के साथ में मर्ज किया था, जिसके कारण लवासा कॉर्पोरेशन में उनका 20.81% हिस्सा बन गया। यानी आप ऐसा कह सकते हो कि जो पवार फैमिली थी उनका डायरेक्टली लवासा प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर हिस्सा था और इसी के कारण लवासा को कई सारे पॉलिटिकल बेनिफिट्स मिले। लवासा ने गवर्नमेंटल परमिशंस लेना सही नहीं समझा और कई चीजें जो नॉर्मली किसी को प्रोजेक्ट एग्जीक्यूट करने के लिए जरूरी होती है उन पर ध्यान नहीं दिया गया। अगर कुछ एग्जांपल्स की बात करें जिसका वायलेशन लवासा में हुआ था, तो जिस तरीके से हिल डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी कहती है कि 3 फ्लोर से ज्यादा की बिल्डिंग किसी भी हिल स्टेशन एरिया में नहीं बननी चाहिए, उसे फॉलो न करते हुए यहाँ पर कई सारे 6 फ्लोर की बिल्डिंग्स को भी बनाया गया। यहाँ के पहले टाउन में बाय प्लान एक चेक डैम जहां पर बनाने के लिए लिखा गया था, वहां पर लवासा पे आरोप लगाया गया कि वहां पर उन्होंने रेसिडेंशियल और कमर्शियल यूनिट्स बनाकर बेच दिए। इसके अलावा जिन गांव वालों से जमीन रिक्लेम की गई थी उन्हें भी पैसे देते समय, पैसों का ट्रांसफर करते समय बहुत ज्यादा इरेगुलरिटीज हुई, ऐसे आरोप लवासा पर लगाए गए और इसके कारण 2011 के नोटिस के बाद में लवासा की दिक्कतें और ज्यादा बढ़ते हुए नजर आ रही थी। इस समय तक ज्यादातर एंटिटीज ने लवासा पर पूरी तरीके से ध्यान देना बंद कर दिया और इनफैक्ट एचसीसी भी ज्यादा कुछ कर नहीं सकती थी। दोस्तों, जो पेरेंट कंपनी थी लवासा कॉर्पोरेशन की, हिंदुस्तान कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी, वो ऑलरेडी 2000 करोड़ रुपए के कर्ज में थी, जिसके कारण वो फिर से इस प्रोजेक्ट को संभाल नहीं सकती थी और कंस्ट्रक्शन शुरू नहीं हुआ। जिन लोगों ने अपनी पूरी लाइफ सेविंग्स लोन्स लेकर यहाँ पर इन्वेस्ट किया था वो पैसे बर्बाद हो गए और जिस समय पर कंस्ट्रक्शन बंद हुआ, यहाँ पर 2 टाउन्स में काम चल रहा था, जिसमें से एक टाउन ऑलमोस्ट पूरी तरीके से बन चुका था और यहाँ पर ऑलरेडी कई सारे यूनिट्स ने फंक्शन करना शुरू कर दिया था और यहाँ पर लोगों ने अपने बिजनेसेस शुरू कर दिए थे। आज के करंट सिनेरियो की बात करें और अगर फ्यूचर की बात करें तो लवासा आज सिर्फ एक छोटा सा टूरिस्ट स्पॉट रहा है जहां पर मुंबई पुणे सिटी के लोग 1 डे ट्रिप्स के लिए, पिकनिक्स के लिए, बाइक रैलीज, लॉन्ग ड्राइव्स वेडिंग शूट्स, इन जैसे चीजों के लिए ट्रैवल करते हैं। यहाँ पर 2 से 3 साल पहले इसकी भी संख्या अच्छी खासी बढ़ गई थी, लेकिन क्योंकि यहाँ पर पैसे नहीं आ रहे थे तो कई सारे जगह यहाँ पर डिटोरिएट होना शुरू हो गए, क्योंकि मेंटेनेंस नहीं हो रहा था। तो जो ब्यूटी लवासा की इनिशियल डेज में हुआ करती थी वो भी खराब होना शुरू हो गई और धीरे धीरे कुछ अट्रैक्शंस बंद होना शुरू हो गए। इसके साथ साथ होटल्स, दूसरे बिजनेसेस भी कम टूरिस्ट आने के कारण बंद होना शुरू हो गए और लवासा में जितनी एक्टिविटीज होती है वो साल दर साल कम होते जा रही है। इनफैक्ट यहाँ पे टूरिस्ट इन्फ्लो इतना कम हो गया और इसी कारण पैसों का इन्फ्लो इतना कम हो गया कि अगर आज आप लवासा विजिट करना चाहते हो तो आपको 500 रुपीज का एंट्री पास खरीदना पड़ता है, और अगर आप वहां पे प्री वेडिंग शूट वगैरह करना चाहते हो तो आपको परमिशन लेते हुए कुछ चार्जेस भी पे करने पड़ते हैं, ताकि जितनी सिटी बची है फंक्शनिंग स्टेट में उसे एटलीस्ट मेंटेन रखा जा सके। फ्यूचर की बात करें तो लवासा फिलहाल बैंक्रप्सी कोर्ट में है। लवासा अपने लोन्स रीपे नहीं कर पाई, उन्होंने लोन्स डिफॉल्ट किए, बॉन्ड्स डिफॉल्ट किए और कई लोगों ने इन्हें कोर्ट में खींचा। रिकवरी की प्रोसेस चलते समय लवासा के पास में जो भी एसेट्स है उनका सेल प्रोबेबली आने वाले कुछ समय में हो जाएगा, ऐसा फिलहाल नजर आ रहा है। लेकिन क्योंकि कई सारी पार्टीज इन्वॉल्व है, कई सारे केसेस इन्वॉल्व है, तो इसमें समय भी लग सकता है। टोटल लवासा कॉर्पोरेशन पे 6200 करोड़ रुपए का कर्ज है और इसकी रिकवरी करना बहुत ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट बन रहा है स्टेक होल्डर्स के लिए। अगर एक पॉजिटिव पॉइंट की बात करें कि फ्यूचर में लवासा का काम पूरा हो सकता है, तो यहाँ पर इंटरप्ट जो एक यूएस बेस्ड कंपनी है और ओबरॉय रियलिटी जो मुंबई के वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट रियल एस्टेट प्लेयर्स में से एक है, इन्होंने बिड्स सामने रखी है लवासा कॉर्पोरेशन को खरीदने के लिए। यानी ये चाहते हैं कि बैंक्रप्सी कोर्ट के अंदर इन्हें रिकवरी के दौरान लवासा कॉर्पोरेशन खरीदने का मौका मिले, और अगर इन जैसी बड़ी रियल एस्टेट एंटिटीज लवासा को खरीदती है तो आगे जाकर यहाँ पर फिर से काम शुरू हो सकता है, या फिर एटलीस्ट हमें लवासा का कोई ना कोई कंक्लूजन होता हुआ नजर आएगा। एज ऑफ नाउ जिस स्टेट में ये प्रोजेक्ट है इसका फ्यूचर ज्यादातर नेगेटिव रास्ते पे ही है और बहुत अनसर्टन है कि आगे जाकर जो इनिशियल प्लान्स लवासा के बनाए गए थे उस हिसाब से ये शहर बनेगा। तो दोस्तों ये रही आज की वीडियो, अगर आपको पसंद आई होगी तो लाइक करना।
Yes, see, this is all about this particular video. Let me first of all stop sharing the sound. I hope all of you followed it, because it is one of the things which we are discussing, which is unnatural death or unnatural termination. Also, we are going to call it. Let us go to our slide. Early or unnatural termination. This is a wonderful case study related to Lavasa. Lavasa, which happens to be there in Pune, was one of its type in India. Project to be launched, imitating the project which was done earlier in Italy. But because of many factors, internal as well as external, most of them were external. Because can you quote what was the primary reason behind failure of this Lavasa? Yes, the reason was not taking environmental permission, not following proper rules and norms, and taking undue advantages of limiting. So this led to what discontinuation of this project. And who were the most who stock stakeholders? The major stakeholders who were the sufferers by their home. Yes, they were the customer or the buyers who have purchased residential as well as commercial property there. They were the biggest sufferer, because the video clearly says that many people took loan from banks with high interest and they invested there. So this is a case which can be linked to a project failure. This is what we are discussing: early or unnatural termination of project. So this case you can always quote in your examination, and you can always remember it's one of the biggest project failure in India. Right? So unexpected introduction of advance. So these are few of the factors that we were discussing. No sustainable value for a company expected from the project even when completed. This is what has happened with Lavasa. I hope all these factors have contributed equally, but this was like because the HCC, that is Hindustan Construction Company, lost so much, and they were not capable of monitoring and controlling this particular project. Further, they stopped not showing interest in it, and slowly and steadily it is on a slow death. At the end of the video, we see now they are charging fees if you want the entry. So you have to maintain the entire campus or the entire project, because there were many theme concepts which were introduced, and which lost its significance as this project slowly started what going towards the failure. So unexpected introduction of advanced technology version of the product. This may happen with IT. Here it was not a case; it was more of a law. They didn't abide by the law, rule of the land. Due permissions were not taken, and this led to early failure, unnatural termination. Some indicators for early unnatural termination of the projects are costs are more than expected. Business benefit. This started happening with Lavasa. Right? Inability to make strategic fit with the organizational objective. Again, we can use this also to fit into the case of Lavasa. Unwarranted and uncontrolled delay. This also started happening here. Advanced technology requirement beyond project scope. This was not a case. All were equipped with the technology. They were planning to imitate one of the nicely built project in foreign, and technology was there. This was not the factor. Right? I hope all of you followed and all of you are able to correlate with this particular slides which we are discussing right now. Early or unnatural termination of project. Some cause of project failure. Again, these are few of more causes. Apart from this, ignoring lesson learned and best practice. This is not applicable to Lavasta. Unavailability of appropriate skill set. Again, this was not the case. Sponsorship loss. This is what started happening. People started stopping their sponsorship and funding for the project. Resistance user. Again, this is not an appropriate reason. Unrealistic deadline. This started happening because whatever was scheduled was not being followed. Changing business need. No, again, this was not the case. Technology obsolescence. No, this was not the case. Poor change management. This again is one of the factor. Ill-defined scope. They have defined it, but the way see here more the external factor, which is taking into account the permission, government permission, sticking to the environmental norm was one of the major. So now we're going to discuss component of transition plan, which are as follows: scope. See, scope, right? Risk and contingencies. We have seen in our earlier videos before the video which we have seen about my that is online courses on PM. So this we are going to discuss. I think in our today's session at 7 o'clock. We're going to start with this, but right now let me take you a few of the MCQs. Yes, I think we have done with this too. Yeah, here again I want you to answer this third MCQ. Project manager should be able to fit the role of whom? An integrator, a functional manager, a line manager, a sponsor. Definitely, if we go by elimination, sponsor, he is not a sponsor. The client is a sponsor. The investor is a sponsor. He is not a line manager. Definitely, he is not line manager. He is not integrator. This is the job of the top management to integrate all the functional areas. He is the functional manager. So the option 2 is correct. Right? I hope all of you agree with me. Option 2 is correct. Right. So let us move to another slide. Yeah, this one. So another MCQ, a bit lengthy, but I'll read it for you. Most successful project manager usually, what are the characteristics? See, this talks about characteristics of the project manager. Work their way up from assistant in the project office to full-fledged project managers, supplementing that experience with the formal education. So this seems to be a very easy option. Comes right from Harvard's MBA program into managing very large projects. No, this is definitely not one of the options. Is considered the technical expert of the field. See, apart from technical functions, technical expert, he needs to have a few other functions. So again, it doesn't seem to be right. Has considerable experience as a functional manager before moving into project management arena. So, what can be the correct answer? Can you guess? Obviously, I have eliminated this 3. This was not eliminated. It was kept into what? Suspicion. So, obviously, the option is what? 4. Has considerable experience as a functional manager before moving into project manager arena. So, this is the correct option. I hope all of you are getting the MCQs as well. Any doubt in this? Let's move to another. How many MCQs are there? Yeah, in all 11 are there. Today, first half we will wind up with 5, and in our second session we'll be taking up this remaining 6. Okay, because that part we have to cover first. So let us read out this fifth. Which of the following is an important action that must be taken by the top management when implementing project management in the organization? Which of the following is an important action that must be taken by the top management when implementing project management in the organization? Completely selling the project management concept to the entire organization, completely selling uh, choice of the type of project manager, choice of the type of project organization to be utilized, and fifth one is all of the above. See, the trick is, in fact, I'm going to teach you that also in MCQ. If all of the above cases there, and even if one of the option is fitting into that is correct, then all of the above is the in 90% of the cases, all of the above is correct option. Because completely saying you have to orient, you have to induct all the you have to say this concept to everybody in the organization. You have to get them involved as a team. Choice of project manager is again one of the top this thing has to be taken care by the top management when implementing project management in the organization. Choice of project organization to be utilized. What exactly will the project organization look like? How will the team function? Who's going to take care of what? So obviously here the answer is what? Yes, correct. The answer is all of the above. I hope all of you followed this. This is very simple MCQs, mostly general knowledge based, I would say, since you have attended all this session. So the option here is all of the above, right? So to end with, again a small video I'd like to show, and then we will conclude for today's session. At least for this session, not today's, because we are having one more session which is coming up at 7 o'clock. So you be ready, be online. I'm going to do what? Or else, see, time is only 2 minutes are left. What I'll do is we'll continue with our slides. Transition plan. Yeah, we have done with types of project termination, and this were some of the causes or reasons for project failure. We have seen a case study of Lavasa, which is there in Pune. It was a gigantic project which was a dream of many people, many stakeholders like client. One was the customer, people who have booked residential as well as commercial uh, flats and apartments and offices over there. They went into a miserable shock. And Lavasa, you can always quote when we talk about early or unnatural termination of the project. So, wonderful example, which all of I hope you are aware about. Right? So, today itself, 7 o'clock, we are going to start with this right transaction plan. The component of transaction plan are as follows. All of you know transaction is moving from one phase to another. Right? This is the dictionary definition. You can take this layman definition of transition. Transition is like moving from one phase to, like you from childhood going into adulthood. It's a transition. You are moving from PG course to a from UG course to a PG course, and from PG course to a postdoctoral course or doctoral course. That is PhD. So moving from 10 to 11 is again transition, where you quit the school and say where you transit from schooling to what college life. 11th is the college life, and from 12th you move to UG. UG is undergraduate. So these are all transition phase. Similarly, all the projects will be having the transition phase. So this particular thing we will take and discuss at 7 o'clock. I hope all of you followed. Any doubt and any queries, just put in the chat box, or else in our upcoming session at 2 days or 7 o'clock, you can put those, you can note it down, and you can discuss. We will be discussing on all your doubts. So I hope all of you like this session. Thank you so much, and let us meet at 7 o'clock 2 days. Thank you all. I'm Ending this meeting, uh, thank you, and you be there online at 7. Thank you.
लवासा इंडिया की सबसे पहली दोस्तों, आज का वीडियो थोड़ा लंबा हो सकता है और कुछ टेक्निकल चीज़ें भी इसमें हो सकती है, लेकिन अगर आप इंडिया के मेगा प्रोजेक्ट्स में ज़रा भी इंटरेस्ट रखते हो और स्काई स्क्रेपर्स में अगर आपका इंटरेस्ट है तो ये वीडियो ज़रूर एंड तक देखिए। आपके लिए ये वीडियो काफ़ी आंखें खोलने वाली हो सकती है और कैसे लालच या दुश्मनी करोड़पतियों को भी रोड पर ला सकता है, ये इस वीडियो में हम समझेंगे। दोस्तों, आपके हिसाब से एक बिल्डिंग जिसमें 160 बड़े अच्छे घर हो और पूरे देश के कुछ सबसे महंगे और हाई डिमांड इलाके में अगर ऐसी कोई बिल्डिंग बन रही हो तो उसे बनने में कितना समय लगना चाहिए? 3 साल, 4 साल या 5 साल? लेकिन 11 साल बाद भी मुंबई के वर्ली नाका इस इलाके में एक बिल्डिंग है जो आज तक पूरी तरीके से बन नहीं पाई, जो इंडिया की सबसे ऊंची बिल्डिंग आज भी है, द 42 इंपीरियल हाइट्स लोधा वर्ल्ड। ये सारी बिल्डिंग्स जो है हाइट में आज भी इस बिल्डिंग से कम है, लेकिन इस बिल्डिंग का काम रुका होने के कारण ज्यादातर लिस्ट में इस बिल्डिंग का नाम नहीं लिखा जाता है। 320 मीटर ऊंची पैलेसेस रॉयल, अगर आप मुंबई की कोई भी स्काईलाइन की वीडियो देखोगे तो इसमें अलग से नजर आती है इसके विशालता के कारण। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा एट्रियम, पूरी इंडिया की अकेली बिल्डिंग जो सुपर टॉल कैटेगरी में आती है, वो है पैलेसेस रॉयल। लेकिन इस बिल्डिंग का काम क्यों रुक गया और ऐसी क्या बात हो गई कि इस बिल्डिंग के जो मालिक थे वो ऑलमोस्ट रोड पर आ गए? तो कहानी शुरू होती है साउथ मुंबई के वर्ली एरिया में, जहां बाद में श्रीराम मिल्स के ओनर्स ने ये कहते हुए डील को खारिज कर दिया कि कल्पतरु बिल्डर्स की फाइनेंशियल कैपेसिटी नहीं है कि वो जो है पूरी 105 करोड़ रुपए की कीमत चुका पाएंगे, और इसकी वजह से जो है वो डील कैंसिल कर पैलेसेस रॉयल का कंस्ट्रक्शन अपनी ही मिल की जगह पर शुरू किया। और देखते ही देखते साल 2012 तक ये बिल्डिंग अपनी पूरी हाइट तक पहुंच गई। इस बिल्डिंग में इंडिया के पहले कुछ सर्टिफिकेशन जैसे लीड ग्रीन सर्टिफिकेशन, इसके अलावा दुनिया का सबसे
Hi, I'm Mike Clayton, founder of Online Peer.
Yes, Gaurav. Hello. 7:30 हो गया था ना मेरा. हाँ, हेलो. नहीं, ये भी मेरा है. इट इज एट 7 o'clock. फर्स्ट सेशन वाज फ्रॉम 4:30 to 6:30. तो अभी हाँ 7 बजे का है. तो नहीं नहीं, इसमें क्या कीजिए. नहीं नहीं नहीं, आप रुकिए. ये माइक का तो सेटअप आप सिर्फ देख लीजिए बराबर कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि क्या होता है. हाँ, मेरा कर्सर बड़ा है, फिर आपका कर्सर लेता है. हाँ, अगर आप कर सकते हैं. ठीक है. मैं कर लेता हूँ. बस बस बस. नहीं, लास्ट वीडियोस में देखें. आई थॉट लाइक इट इज टेकिंग माय कर्सर ऐड हो जाता है ना. हाँ, तो वो अभी वो कर्सर कैसा है, वो इट्स हेल्पफुल फॉर मी टू पॉइंट आउट टू द पीपल. एक मिनट. तो अभी आई गो टू वॉच. थ्री डॉट्स है. ये दोनों हाँ, दोनों. क्योंकि अर्लियर सेशन आई डिड सेम. चैट चैट. हाँ, ये एवरीवन ना. हाँ, राइट राइट. एवरीवन राइट. ऑल गुड. ऑल गुड. हाँ, वो निकाल दिए. अच्छा, यहाँ से. हाँ, ठीक है. क्लोज कर दूँ. रिकॉर्डिंग. स्टार्ट. हाँ, आ गया. कैसे कर. ओके 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 ओके. हाँ, राइट. राइट. ये क्या कर दूँ. स्टार्ट. ओके. गुड गुड गुड. थैंक्स थैंक्स. सांगा तो उद्यापासून ते सुट्ट्या लागते आमचं सर्व मध्ये आता कसं एक्झाम होती समजा तर काय करू आपण जेवणाचं जर तुम्हाला वाटत असेल तर आपण त्या ओमले घेऊन घेऊ म्हणजे त्या पडच्या ओमला साहेबांचा जर हा कम्फर्टेबल असेल बोलून जाईल हा आपलं डिस्कशन चालू आहे बरोबर बरोबर हा बस बस तेच म्हणतो छोटे छोटे इंट्रोडक्शन So, very good evening to all of you, and welcome back to our next today's session, second session. First of all, I'm going to share my screen. I hope all of you enjoyed the first session. All of you followed it. I'm going to share my screen for the session, which actually we ended, we concluded with this MCQ. Let me put on my video also. Most of the just a moment. Okay, yes, we're going to start in 2 minutes time. Let participant join. So we were up till what? We discussed about MCQs and we were so we concluded by this fifth MCQ. I'm going to take you back to our presentation. This was regarding quality we have discussed earlier. Yeah, ninth, eighth, ninth session. Just a moment. I'll share the today's PPT with you. So wait for a moment. I'm sharing the PPT. Yes, this is what we were discussing, and this is the MCQs we have sorted out. I hope all of you are able to recall. Yes, I'm going to put on my video also. Yeah. So this was the fifth MCQ which we did today, and remaining six we are going to do at the end of today's session. But in this particular session, we are going to take a look at many of the videos, small concept videos, which are going to further clear our doubts. So let me take you to this user reports transition. We were on what? Transition plan. We just started with this and we concluded our earlier session. Here onwards, we are going to discuss till the slide, till what? Post project activities and closure report. We are going to go till closure report, and probably tomorrow we are going to start with post project activity. This session which we are going to start tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Okay. So after that we will be discussing on, as I said, uh, session 14, that is use of project management software. I hope the things are clear up till now. And any doubt in this, you can please go ahead. Fine. So let us move back to our PPT. Disclosure report. We were talking about this. Sorry, transition plan. We were talking about the transition plan. Project termination, we have already seen, we have seen various causes or factors which are accountable and responsible for early or unnatural termination. We have seen one video also on Lavasa. It was one of the biggest project termination, unnatural termination also you can call it. So early termination. There were a lot of hopes and belief in that. Many people believed in that project. That's why they invested. They invested their hard-earned money. They borrowed loans from the bank, and you know the reason. We have discussed the reason. Environmental clearance was not taken. Lot many legal hurdles came into that project, and because of that, the company themselves, the stakeholder, the major stakeholder was FCC, that is Hindustan Construction Company. They started losing interest because the incoming of the fund from the investor started stopping. It didn't came like what used to come when the project was launched. Many expectations were there, high expectations. At the same time, people were keenly watching this project as to find out the loopholes. So this factor also, as a project manager, you have to understand what sort of project you are working on. Accordingly, you have to take precaution. Even though you have access to government political agencies, political parties, but still your project may face this early or unnatural termination. This is what that particular video has taught us about. And this has to be taken care of by PM. PM is the person who is going to report it to the PMO, and PMO in turn is going to take this strategic decision, communicate with all stakeholders that this is what is going to happen, and we need to react, we need to take action, we need to take precautionary action if we all want the project to succeed. Isn't it? Do you all agree with me or not? Because if overall precautions are not taken, then you are not going to succeed. Right? So just a moment. Let me just put on the light for other things. Yes. I hope I am visible to all of you clearly and I am audible as well. IT support, am I clearly visible and audible at the same time? Just let me know. Gaurav, am I audible properly? I hope I am. Okay, fine. Let's move further. This is what we have seen. Now, transition, we have discussed this particular keyword. What is transition? Transition talks about what? From moving on from one phase to another phase. I've given you the example of moving from 12 to UG, that is undergraduate, and from undergraduate to PG, that is postgraduate. It's a transition in your life. Similarly, all projects have transition phase. Phase one, that is initialization or commencement. Step two would be the implementation or execution of the project, and furthermore, the last step is going to be the closure or termination of the project. Termination may not be the right word, completion we would use. Okay. So the component of transition plan are as follows. What are those? Scope. First of all, scope. We have to define what is scope. It gives a broad overview of the project, broad perspective of the project. 3 degree perspective also we call it. 3 degree angle we also call it, where you take into account everything which is related to the project, directly or indirectly. Complete product details like unique identification number, terminology, item title, version number, etc. should be mentioned in the case any capital assets like machine, equipment, etc. are being used. Everything has to be checklisted, not checklisted exactly. Everything has to be listed, not checklisted. What exactly you are going to include in this particular project in terms of human resource, in terms of equipment, all 6M. We have discussed the 6Ms. Plenty of time. I hope all of you can recall. Can you just tell me what are those 6Ms? All these resources you have taken into account. What will be the input for the project? What are those 6M? Yeah, main, that is human resource, machine, that is machines and equipment, material, method, right? Money, which is very important, that is fund, your budget, and meridian. Meridian is the 6M which I have discovered. Meridian is time, which is the most precious resource. Time is the most precious resource. If things are not delivered on time, then probably the customer, it will lead to customer dissatisfaction. Right? So I hope all of you agree with me up till now. Okay, fine. Just a moment. We need to take a break for 1 minute. Time. Hello. Yes, fine. Let us start again. So scope has to be clearly defined. If your concept that talks about clarity, we have seen in our earlier video. Scope talks about clarity. What exactly will be the input, and what if you talk about the scope input and what exactly will be the output, right? So if you are not able to clarify all this thing, if you are not able to define the particular scope of your project, then you won't be able to judge how much input has gone and how much output you have made from it. So scope, first thing is the first component of transition plan or scope. Risk and contingencies, or if you know what is contingencies, arrangement made for emergency, right? And the risk, it is all because of risk. You have to make certain provision for contingencies. The risks and contingencies anticipated during the course of project transaction are outlined in this section. The purpose is to minimize the operational risks for the purpose of effective management and mitigation. Risks should be classified or grouped into related sets. The basis of risk classified should be consistent classified scheme that has been preferably universally acknowledged. Right? So risk and contingency has also there are the basic thing which is going to lead to failure. Risks are the thing which is going to lead to failure, which is going to drag you towards the failure. Right? If you are able to anticipate the risk properly and make the contingent arrangement for that risk, you can definitely take that project towards success, or you can do the transition part in a better fashion. You can handle those transitions. Strategies. You have to develop strategies for transition as well. What is strategy? We all know marketing. We talk about marketing strategy, strategic management. These are the decisions usually taken by the top management. We all know it. Strategies are not made by middle level or lower level management. It is compulsorily, they may involve, the top management may ask for opinion, suggestion from middle and lower. In fact, they will be asking because it is the lower level management who is going to execute all this plan, but strategy final decision will be taken by the top management. So all of you getting what I'm saying? Well, the transition strategies and tools that need to be adopted during the period of transition are mentioned in this section of plan. You have to develop a special plan for this strategy. A list of all possible options to move into production or operation is created. Some of these options would be a phase approach or implementation increments, execution that takes place parallel to the main operation, immediate or one-time switch off. So these are some of the options that are available to for developing these strategies in transition phase. Transition schedule tasks and activities. Like you can do it through CPM, but we have discussed all this technique. We have seen few videos also. So this all this you have, as a PM you have to take help of all these tools and techniques and develop a transition schedule. How much time you need to move from one transition to another transition. Right? So let us move further. Reporting structure and communication methodology. Now it has become very simple because of all this computerization, digitalization, AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. Machines has made the job of this PM very easy compared to what it was a decade back or maybe 2 decades back. It was very difficult. Maintaining everything manual was horrible. It was sort of nightmare for the PM. In fact, they used to slog the entire day maintaining the records only. Now everything is computerized. The PM is least concerned about reports and all because everything is feeded and report is generated automatically. I hope all of you are following what I'm saying. Please do stop me if you are not able to follow me properly. Okay. So reporting structure and communication methodology. Communication we all know has become very efficient compared to and effective as well compared to again two keywords efficient and effective compared to what it was earlier a few years back I would say a decade back not few decades back a decade back that is 10 years 2012 में जो मेथोडोलॉजी थी जो कम्युनिकेशन टेक्निक्स थी now things have changed for better. To say, even when I am taking classes, when we are here interacting with each other, your attendance is being recorded, my video is being recorded. I don't have to do it manually. My sessions, PPT is being shared to you with everybody all across. Right? Session plans are being shared with you. This is all because of technology. Technology has, to a large extent, made this reporting and tabulation of data very simple. Even though technology do have its own disadvantages, we all know it because every coin has two sides of it, head and tail. But this technology can be used for the benefit of particularly talking about project management. Now you order something, invoice and all can be tracked, it can be shared, people can collaborate, and earlier it was not like that. If you wanted certain information, you have to search for these offline or hard copies kept in a locker room, and going through it was like what? It was a horrible experience for those people who were in charge of that particular department. Now, within a click of button, even on mobile, the PM can see what is happening on the site, particularly through CCTV, which is linked to internet. He himself or herself sitting at home can monitor and control most of the things. He or she need not be present actually on the site. Many things can be monitored now online, and many things can be done online itself. Like we use the word like remote working, where there is no office involved, everything is virtual. I am sitting here, you people are sitting there, and our university is somewhere outside. I am at my residence. So even though we are at different places, we are working remotely. I'm delivering a lecture to you. You are listening to me. If you are not present, then you can, any point of time, 24 by 7, see what has happened in this particular station. So this is the communication methodology or technology which has revolutionized most of the things, and which is coming very handy. That's why most of the nowadays projects are being delivered very fastly, quickly, and on time. Transition acceptance. Now, what is this? Transition acceptance is nothing. In consultation with the customer, the plan should be document the criteria that should be used to accept the transition. In fact, see, transition is what? Like change. And there is always resistance to change. We all know it. It's a management principle. Whenever change is going to happen, like for example, people shifted from typewriter to computers. There was a change from one segment of people, particularly the clerical grade, when talking about government organization. They said they are used to typewriters only. They are not going to adopt or learn computer. They feel like computer is like what? It's taking away the jobs of the clerical grade. When a computer can do a job for 10 class, why to have 10 class? So obviously, people are afraid, and because of this fear factor, they do not want to adopt to this new technology. But there is one problem: people who adopt to change, who adopt to this technology, are only the people who are going to survive. Those people who do not adopt will be left out. We know it, like online teaching. We are into this only. So online teaching, many teachers are adopted, but many teachers feel like offline is only good thing. There's nothing like offline. Fine, every coin, as I said, has two points, pros and cons. Offline teaching has its own advantages, at the same time, not many disadvantages. Same time, online teaching has its own advantages, and at the same time, many disadvantages. So you have to pick up what suits you best. ऑफलाइन जैसे मैंने बोला कि ऑफलाइन करना ठीक है, गुड, you get a personal feel of it. The same thing happens on online also. If you interact, if you react, same thing can be done here also. Offline only you are physically present there, but ultimately you are going to listen to the voice of the teacher. You are going to see him, which can be seen online also. So this transition will have a resistance, particularly in COVID we have seen, and particularly regarding examination system also we have seen. Students, they are favoring online because they know the chances of getting passed in online is more compared to offline. You know the reason. I am not going to list out the reason why people are clearing their papers very easily. That to a percentage as high as 90, 95. It's unbelievable. The person or the student who has not cleared his exam for last 2, 3 years has cleared all of his or her exam in this COVID because of online system. So that's a disadvantage. That's a con. Pros and cons we call it. Cons of the system. But still, online comes at an advantage because you save on time. You don't have to travel. That saves on your energy and money. That saves on the untoward incidents of like accidents or all those things. We have seen many students traveling by bike and getting caught in an accident. So this online has helped sitting at home, particularly in COVID, and now also. Since we are into online mode, somebody is sitting in Chandigarh, Chhattisgarh, somebody is sitting in Bengaluru, somebody is there in Pune, Mumbai, and we are all are together. Earlier to COVID, pre-COVID, there was no, we are not that much acquainted with this system. Now we are. So this is all a transition, moving from pre-COVID to COVID and then to post-COVID. Now we are sort of in post-COVID. Uh, we do not know whether fourth wave is going to come or not. Let us keep our fingers crossed that it do not. Right? Let us pray to God. Fine. Anyway, coming to our topic, management control. This is again part of transition plan. This part of plan outlines and describes the management controls that will be required, deployed, so as to ascertain that every task of transaction is executed efficiently and effectively. I'm going to use those two keywords. Those are my favorite keywords. And complies with the acceptance criteria. That is the control you have to make. Configuration control. This is again very important because procedure related to change and configuration in IT applications, particularly if any, during the transition period, should be specified and documented in this section that will be employed during the transition phase of the project. This is all moving from like commissioning to the closure. These are all transit phase, execution and all these things. Transition team. Team, as we know, human resource are the most precious resource. They have to be honored. They need to be motivated. They need to be respected. They need to be paid properly, compensated. Compensation is the keyword. Compensated for whatever efforts they are making. The star performance has to be recognized, rewarded. We all know that. I hope all of you agree with me up till now. Right? Just a minute. So we were up to what? Detail of members of transition teams with their contact information should be documented for easy availability and references. We should have what? A list of the employees working, their residential address, their phone numbers, their alternate phone numbers, their emails, everything has to be documented so that whenever there is an emergency or whenever the PM wants to contact them, it should be readily available. It should have open access. You can put it on Drive. Google Drive is a good example where access to all the team members can be given so that by touch of a button they can go on Drive and find out the number. It will not search on your phone number list. That document can be uploaded on Google Drive, which can be shared or collaborated with all the team members or all the stakeholders. So that even vendor know who is doing what along with the designation and everything. So that see everything has to be in democratic setup if you really want to succeed. Unless and until your project is very confidential, like vaccines and all. We have seen this. Right? So I hope all of you followed up till now. So we're going to take a look at few of the videos continuously now from here onwards because the other part, disclosure, I think I'll take it to disclosure. And after this, I'll be just playing the videos. You have to just take a closer look at this video. So post-implemented transition team, we have discussed post-implementation activity. The plan should contain a section to describe the activity that need to be carried out once the project implementation has been done. A brief description of high-level timeline of such activity should be given. These activities may include dissemination of FAQs, whatever frequently asked questions are there, and other key information, tracking of the help desk tickets, and follow-up meeting with the clients. See, we have earlier discussed that lot many follow-up meeting has to be done with the client at the same time with vendors and suppliers. And the eighth and the most important point in this right transition plan is document approval. You need to take a for completeness of the record validation and authenticity. The plan should be signed by the personnel in the chain of command. Like you have to take approval from the higher authority. अब PM office का मतलब ये नहीं है कि you will do all this documentation and sign for yours. You have to put up this plan to the top man and get their approval. It's a formality. It's a protocol that need to be followed. So getting involved is superiors also. They should be knowing what is happening downward. A sample format is shown in the following table. Like look, this approval, name of the contact person, signature, and the date of sign. Project manager, transaction team manager, others. Specify as per organization policy. If the organization has decided on certain policy, that needs to be done that. So tomorrow we are going to discuss with closure reports, and we are going to discuss with a few MCQs also, and going to add few MCQs. This closure report should take how much? Tomorrow is one session, followed by another session on this thing. Use of software, project management software for project management. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at a series of videos. Okay, I'm going to stop share and I'm going to share sound, optimize for video play. Okay, done. Fine. I'm going to take you to all these videos where one by one we will be going through the entire thing which we have done up to now. Right from the project definition which we have done earlier. After that we will be discussing on project planning, project delivery, project management nurture we have already done with it. Then we're going to do with what? His short history of project management. So all this video is going to consume almost our 40 to 45 minutes. So be patient and watch all these videos very, very carefully. I hope all of you are following me up to now. You have any doubt? Do you want a break for 1 minute's time or shall we continue with our? Fine. I'll continue. If you want a break, you can take it for yourself, or else you can watch these videos on our learning resource. Okay. Fine. Let us start with one of the first video. That is a video on project planning. Plan your project. That is one of the fundamental of PM. That is project planning. Okay. Let this. Just let me know whether you are getting the
Hello,
voice.
I'm Mike Clayton. And this is the second of my series of
Mike Clayton, right? He is the founder of online PM course, and I advise all of you to subscribe to his channel. Plenty of good videos are there on project management. So here we go with the first video. The series we are going to take a look at 3 to 4 videos, and after that we are going to jump to our MCQs, and after that we are going to conclude. So here we go.
short videos about managing a project. In the last one, we looked at the 10 critical elements for defining your project. And in this video, we're going to look at 10 essential components to a good project plan. The first thing that needs to go into your plan is the scope of your project, the things that you're going to need to do. This sets out all the tasks or activities, and the best tool to use to create your scope plan is a work breakdown structure. A work breakdown structure is nothing more than a hierarchical grouping of activities. It sets out the main areas of work and breaks each one down into its component parts, and continues to break the activities down into component parts until each of the components at the greatest level of detail represents a single coherent task or activity for the person who's going to do the work. Often, work breakdown structures are represented as hierarchical diagrams, but of course, when we represent them in our finished plan, they often come out as numbered lists using an indented numbering system. The second element of our project plan has to address the deliverables or products that we're going to produce as a result of our project. Two things will make up this component. The first is a schedule of all of those deliverables. Often that schedule will be reconciled to your work breakdown structure. But then attached to that schedule will be a series of specification sheets. For each deliverable, there needs to be a specification documenting the functionality, the quality standards, and the regulated requirements to which it needs to conform. Time, or schedule, is the third element of our project plan. And to start understanding the timing of our project, we use milestones. We identify key points in the project, the beginning at one end, the completion at the other, and the major points along the way, and those are known as milestones. Milestones often represent the delivery of important products. They might represent the completion of phases of the work. Some milestones represent essential decisions, or perhaps external events that will impact our project. Milestones are best represented by a list of key events or milestones with dates attached to them. A project plan have a quality plan which documents how you're going to ensure that the quality of all and the commonest tool is represented, which are known as our work breakdown structure, and we allocate individuals to each activity. A schedule, when different activities take place. We thought about time in terms of milestones earlier on, but when you combine that with the activities, you produce a schedule. And the commonest tool that project managers use for building, articulating, and communicating the schedule, and also for monitoring and tracking progress against it, is the Gantt chart. There are other tools, of course, but what a Gantt chart is particularly good at is representing.
The Gantt chart and this network chart we have already taken a look. I hope all of you are able to recall it. Gantt chart and network chart. This is part of scheduling. Okay.
Activities against time. They often have a familiar long diagonal structure of bars, each one representing an activity going forward through time. And there will be sequences of activities running in parallel, which are known as work streams. The seventh component of our project plan is resourcing. And in particular, here I'm thinking about the people on your project. Two tools are commonly used for resource planning. The first is what's called an organizational breakdown structure, where we take our work breakdown structure and we allocate individuals to each activity. Some activities will have more than one individual allocated to them. Others will have a single individual. Many of your project team members will be allocated to multiple activities. Clusters of activities will be supervised by a named individual, and those are often known as work packages. And at the top, the clusters of activities, the major areas of the work are known as work streams, and they are led by work stream leaders. The other tool that is commonly used is a linear responsibility chart or a RACI chart. And whilst technically these are two slightly different charts, often what is actually a linear responsibility chart is often called a RACI chart because of its similarity. But these charts, all they do is they take each of the tasks and they allocate individuals to those tasks, giving different individuals different roles. These role activity type charts are easy to use and particularly good for publicizing and communicating who is doing what on your project. Engaging effectively with stakeholders is a crucial part of delivering project success, so communications is the eighth element of our project plan. Here you need some form of stakeholder communication plan which sets out which stakeholders are going to receive what communications at what times using what formats, and they'll allocate responsibilities as well. A stakeholder communication plan is not difficult to draw up in principle. The hard work goes into thinking about precisely what message needs to be delivered and how best to deliver it. Not forgetting that sometimes tone of voice, whether that's written or spoken voice, is crucial to communicate the message effectively. The ninth element of your project plan needs to address the question of governance, making sure that your project is transparent and accountable and conforms to good organizational practice. You need to think about who is going to monitor and oversee your project and how important project decisions are going to be made. Indeed, how the direction for the project is going to be set and reset if things change. This is about governance, and what your plan needs to reflect are two things. Firstly, the governance roles and responsibilities. And the best way to deal with that is often to create written terms of reference for the key players in the governance chain: the project manager, the sponsor or project director, and the project board or steering group. And the second thing is to identify which individuals will fulfill those roles and to confirm that they have read and understood and accepted their terms of reference. The final element of our project plan is risk. Strictly speaking, risk management is a project control rather than a project plan, but our risk register, the primary tool for risk management, is a planning tool as much as a control tool. It enables you to record every risk you identify, and not only to record your evaluation of that risk, but your plan for addressing it. Indeed, in a full risk register, you may have several lines of risk actions against each risk, identifying what needs to be done, when it needs to be done, and who needs to do it. A project that does not have a risk register and use it actively is one that is putting itself at grave risk. So there we have 10 components of a project plan. Now, I'm not saying that your project may not need more components. And I'm not necessarily saying that every project needs all of these components. But for me, these are the top 10. Of course, there may be others, things like a health and safety plan, for example. But if you've got those 10.
So I hope all of you followed this 10 detailed project definition tools, which include scope, deliverables, time, budget, quality, schedule, resourcing, communication, governance, and the rest. This is again a very important factor which has to be taken into account before you proceed with any of the project. Now let me stop sharing this audio sound. Let me take you back to our PPT. I hope all of you followed this. See, these keywords are very important. We are frequently using those keywords. If you do not get yourself acquainted with this with keyword, then things are going to be very difficult. Closure report, as I said, we're going to take it tomorrow. What exactly will go in post project activities and closure report, and we will be summing up by taking a few of these MCQs. But today, just a minute. Yes. So as I said, this is how we have scheduled our session. Now I'm going to show you a few more videos which will further clarify, because see, this particular topic is like it encompasses all other units or all other chapters we have seen in our chapter plan. Let me take you to the chapter plan also. Before we move ahead, let us find out what exactly is the scheme, or else I'll directly take you to the session plan. Session plan format, not this one. Session plan. No, I think I'll take you to the directly to the website. See, all of you know you're supposed to go to this learning resources for getting access to the study material on this particular subject by our university, and to getting access to whatever plans we are discussed. The session we are going, the university has already uploaded those PPTs and the video recorder. So this is the section where you can get what access to all this thing. Let me try to log in again. Okay, good. Learning resources, view learning resources. Why I'm taking you there, because this particular unit is like what? It takes into account all the aspects of the entire subject, particularly project commissioning and project closure. Yes, this is the session plan. I'm going to just view it for all of you. And this is what we have discussed up till now. Let us sum up again. Six Sigma project management. We have not only discussed Six Sigma over here, Agile philosophy and Lean philosophy also we have discussed. Agile and Lean, right? The power of Six Sigma we have discussed. Project supply chain, we have gone into detail. In fact, we have seen advanced supply chain management also. Then we have learned about project monitoring and control, which is the basic theme of our subject. Project quality, we have discussed how quality is related to all this philosophy, how this philosophy can change the project quality. Now today we are at this end, project commissioning and project closure. And tomorrow, project commissioning, project closure, and use of project management software. But why this topic is very important, that's why I have taken you to this particular session plan, because this forms the heart or core of the entire subject. It includes everything, right from the start to end. So what you need to understand is how this can be done effectively and efficiently by using all this. Project supply chain, effective supply chain management, and use of Six Sigma and project management. So that's why I'm taking you to this slide. And last session we will be discussing case studies on various aspects of this project map. Let us move to our slide. So this is what we are going to do tomorrow, probably user reports and post project activities. Let us go to one of the MCQs. 5 we will keep it for tomorrow. Most of the project managers' external communication links consist of. Most of the project managers' external communication links consist of what? Written document, oral communication, tactical contact, informal contact. This cannot be part of communication of any formal organization. So this is eliminated. It's not going tactical or strategic will be taken by the top managers, right? And definitely no external communication stands legal or true when it is done orally. Understand, you have a very strong bonding or connection, but it has to be documented. So obviously, what should be the correct option? Can you guess? Yes, it is correct. It should be what? Written documents. Internal to a certain larger extent, you can have oral communication or informal contacts also. But when it comes to external communication, you have to use what? You have to use, you have to document all those things so that in case if a certain conflict or a certain change of mind arise, then you have that document to prove that you have done such and such contract with such and such party, or such and such party has made such and such commitment with you. So it has to be documented either through email, or it can be done through email or on paper, hard copy, all sort of technique you can use, but it has to be documented. It has to be saved somewhere so that you have access in future whenever you need it. If something goes wrong, I hope all of you follow me. This particular seventh MCQ will leave it for tomorrow. I'll just put it as an assignment so that you can just post me the answer. The critical element in project communication system is what? Critical element in project communication. The progress report, project directives, project manager, or the customer. We are talking about communication and how the communication takes place. Formal. I hope you got the hint from my discussion. Project communication will definitely take place formally through what? This is how you are to supposed to think about it. Tomorrow when we join at 9 o'clock, I want the answer for this particular MCQ. We'll be discussing this remaining MCQs tomorrow. Right? So let us move back to our slide. And before that, I'd like to show you then a few of the videos which are left back, which we were not able to cover. So one by one in series, I'm going to show you all this. In case in between you have doubt, you can raise your hand, you can talk to me, you can unmute yourself and ask me to discuss. Okay. So I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to reshare it with share sound, optimize for video. Let us go. Now here, just yeah, let us move it. Many videos, good videos are there. In fact, we don't have time, but let us talk about close a project, closing a project. Let us see this. See here, we have looked at a video. Tomorrow we are going to recall all these videos. I want you to recall. Just a moment. It is loading. It may take few seconds. We have to wait. Okay, all ready to go. Yeah. It seems that some error is there. I'm going to take you to my screen only. Let us try this one. If it works. No. Fine. Anyway, we're going to move to my videos. See, again, this is one of the failure case study of project. Rupees 3,000 crore failed is skyscraper in Mumbai. This also you can see if you can Google out on YouTube. I have delivery. This is again very important video which I want to discuss. I'm going to show you this. Right? Here we go.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Clayton, founder of Online PM Courses, and this is the third of our series of 4 videos.
Just don't make a follow. Just a moment. Project delivery. Yeah, I should have already shared this project delivery. Okay. So here we go.
On your project. In this one, I want to look at how to deliver your project, and in particular, the 10 project heartbeat functions of a project manager, the 10 things you need to be doing during delivery to keep that heartbeat regular and keep your project patient healthy. The beating heart of your project during the delivery stage is the monitor and control cycle. Constantly monitoring what's going on in your project, understanding how what's happening compares to your plan, and controlling your project by intervening to bring it back on plan. That monitor and control loop, or monitor and control cycle, is the beating heart. And if you go around that loop fast enough, you'll catch any problems while they're still small and be able to fix them with a simple and subtle intervention, and check very quickly whether you've got it right or if you need a further tweak. Clearly, if you're not monitoring frequently enough, then problems may be very large by the time you spot them. Your interventions will need to be coarse, and if you're not monitoring frequently enough and your intervention isn't right, then your project can very quickly spiral out of control. The second discipline for a project manager during the delivery stage is reporting. You need to report for many reasons. Firstly, of course, it's essential to put project progress on the record to create an audit trail. It's important for good governance and for transparency. And we also report because communication is important. Your sponsor, your board, your colleagues on the team, and your stakeholders need and want to know what's going on. But the third reason is a compelling reason for me as a project manager. I need to report because I will sometimes need decisions. I will sometimes need guidance and advice. I will sometimes need access to resources. And by putting my requirements into a report, I can flag to my boss, to my sponsor, to my client that I need that guidance, that support, those resources, or those decisions, and therefore get them and help myself to do my job of monitoring and controlling my project. The third discipline is risk and issue management. You need constantly to be reviewing issues that have emerged and risks that are on the horizon. Make sure that you're taking action on your risks and continuously updating your risk register. Be constantly alert for new risks and new issues. Periodically get team members together to help you to identify new things that are emerging. Constantly work your risk register. Quality is the fourth discipline. In fact, there are 2 disciplines here. Firstly, there's quality assurance. Make sure that you take the lead in ensuring or assuring the quality of all the deliverables that are being produced. Oversee the process to make sure that deliverables are matching the specifications that have been set for them. But quality control is also important, and as a project manager, I make it my responsibility to finally sign off any deliverable that is released to my client, to my boss, to my sponsor, to my customers. That way I know that what's passing out of the project and into beneficial use meets the standard required. So quality assurance is about getting it right, and quality control is about making sure it is right before you part with your deliverables. Your team members are important. And the 5th discipline is to make sure that you have regular team meetings which keep your members briefed, which share knowledge and learnings, which offer praise and recognition for success, but crucially, work together to solve problems and to identify issues that need to be worked on. So set up regular team meetings, but think very carefully about how to craft them so that they take up no more time than is needed, but cover everything that needs to be covered and give everybody a sense of ownership. And don't assume that your team meetings need to look the same towards the end of your project as they did at the beginning. As your project moves from one stage to the next, so the nature and style of your team meetings may need to change to accommodate the needs of what's going on during that stage. Your team members are so important that I'm going to distinguish from Discipline 5, team meetings, to Discipline 6, which is about team morale. And team morale doesn't all happen in meetings. Yes, good, well-run team meetings that offer recognition and praise are an important part of maintaining team morale. But your responsibility to your team extends well beyond just having good meetings. Make sure as a project manager that you take the time to visit team members, to talk with them, to listen to them and hear what they've got to tell you. You don't have to solve all of their problems, but you have to acknowledge them and give them perhaps a little bit of support and guidance to help them to solve their problems for themselves. Maintaining team morale is crucial, particularly during the high pressure times of the project. And if you're not working on team morale when it's easy and the team isn't under pressure, then picking up on it later when the team is under pressure is going to be all the more difficult. Related to team meetings and team morale is the 7th discipline, to make sure that you're harvesting lessons learned as you go through the project. A lot of project managers push their lessons learned to the back end of the project as a closing stage activity. And yes, you should be learning lessons at the close of your project. But you know what? If something goes wrong today, I don't want to wait till the end of the project to acknowledge it and understand it. I want to have a frequent cycle of lessons learned meetings so we can look at the problems we're having and learn our lessons as soon as possible. And likewise, if one of my colleagues discovers something clever, something that makes a real positive difference to the project, then I want to be able to share that as soon as possible and implement that and institutionalize it across the project. So make sure you have frequent and regular lessons learned meetings, partly about recognition and praise, but partly about sharing and developing good practice and good habits on your project. Stakeholders are a vital component of the success of any project, or indeed of its failure. So continued stakeholder engagement is vital. My experience is that this is something that gives on many projects. Once we get into delivery, we stop engaging with our stakeholders. We think we've got what we need from them during the planning and definition stages. But actually, it's during delivery that we need to be constantly checking in with our stakeholders, maintaining their enthusiasm and the momentum for the project, and also dealing with concerns they have. And as some of our stakeholders learn new things about what we're doing, or encounter new problems in the real world or new opportunities, we can use their knowledge and their learning to feed into improving our project. So constant stakeholder engagement is a vital part of that project heartbeat. Our 9th discipline is change control. Because if your project's going well, someone is bound to come up to you and say, "Oh, Mike, congratulations, the project's going very well. We're all very happy for you. The only thing is, I've changed my mind. I want something different." And you, as project manager, need to have a process in place to control those requests for change so that you don't carelessly say, "Yeah, leave it with me, we'll sort that out," to any request that comes, which of course will sap the project of its budget and of its time. But likewise, you don't want to be that project manager who stands on an established scope and says, "We can't do anything else other than what we've committed to doing," because to do that would be to fail to recognize that the world changes. The project discovers new stuff, commercial environments change, technological opportunities change, regulation changes, and if we freeze the project requirement on day one and we never revisit it, then we may end up with a project that doesn't meet the needs of the organization when the project finally delivers. So have a strong change control process and infrastructure available and work that process effectively during the delivery stage. The final discipline of our project heartbeat during the delivery stage is what I call the next bend process. And this one's very personal to me. It's a personal discipline that I've given myself, and it's one I recommend to all project managers. And the next bend process is a very simple process. It involves a notebook, a pen, and a coffee shop. Once a week or maybe once a fortnight, I'll go to a coffee shop with nothing more than a pen and a notebook, and I'll spend half an hour thinking, just letting my mind wander across the project and see what strikes me. Because I know that during the hurly-burly of the project, you're so focused on what needs to happen and what's going to happen and what is happening and the concerns of your team and your stakeholders and getting the reports ready and checking the quality of the deliverables. You don't have the time to think ahead about what we're missing, what's coming around the next bend that we're not paying attention to. And my experience is that half the time you come away with a few notes in your notebook, but nothing particularly inspirational, nothing particularly useful. But half the time you'll get an idea, and that will take your thinking in a new direction. It might lead you to check up on something that you wouldn't have otherwise checked up on, or it might, as has sometimes happened with me, lead you to open up a whole new stream of work on your project, because you've suddenly realized that something's going to happen at some point and we haven't even been thinking about it. So there you have it, 10 disciplines that create a regular heartbeat for your project during the delivery stage.
So I hope all of you liked this video, and what was the very out of this 10 discipline, what was the most important concept what Mike has discussed was stakeholders engagement, isn't it? That is the most important thing which you have to think about and give not give more importance to that, because that is the thing which is going to turn your project from unsuccessful to successful. I hope all of you agree with this, right? Fine. Just let me turn on my video. Yes. Okay, so all of you following whatever we are discussing up till now? I hope all of you are following it. So the thing which he discussed about project, like what the video was on what it was on project delivery, right? Hope all of you are able to recall. And these are few of the important points like reporting, risk and issues. We have already discussed all these things. Quality assurance, quality control, team meeting, team morale. This is again equally important. Team morale. Change control, that is how to stop resistance to change, how to include everybody in the change, right? And stakeholder engagement. This is, from my personal point of view, is very, very important. If everybody is taken into confidence, then probably the delivery is going to become very easy. It's not going to be very difficult because people are knowing in advance what is going to happen. So there will be very little resistance to change. So this part. Okay. So, any questions on this? You can just post it across to me. Now we will discuss something on the role of project manager in project management. This is what is again PM. We always are talking about PM, that is project manager, and what exactly he is supposed to play a role. This video we will take, and project management fundamental is a very lengthy video, but still we will watch it because it is having good graphics and going to further clarify all our doubts. And in case you are left with any of the doubt, please let me know. Okay. So here I am going to start with the role of project manager. Watch it carefully, and at the end I might ask you a few questions. You need to be very cautious. You need to be like what? watch it keenly, and understand the concept. So I'm going to play it for you.
In this video, I want to talk about
And all of it's my humble advice to all of you to subscribe to this channel. See, I'm not a beneficiary, you'll be the beneficiary. In fact, even I have subscribed to this channel.
the role of a project manager. To understand the role of a project manager, I want to start by looking at it through the lens of the project lifecycle and the project process that we need to follow. And to help me, I'm going to use the framework of my 8-step project process. Step 1 is to answer the question, what do you want? It's about creating.
Find out whether I've shared the audio or not. No. Yeah. Here I've shared everything. Now here we go.
A project definition. So the first role of a project manager is to work with stakeholders, to work with sponsors, suppliers, users, everyone who's involved in the project, to define the goal of the project, its objectives, and the scope of what you're going to be doing, and also what you're not going to be doing. There's a lot more, of course, to project definition, but creating that is the first component of the role of the project manager. Step 2 is to answer the question, does it stack up? This is about creating a business case or a project proposal or an investment appraisal. So the role of the project manager here is to look critically at the benefits and the costs of the project and to weigh them up against one another and to document that. And you need to do it in a way that is fully accountable and matches the procedures and processes and standards of the organization within which you're working. Consequently, you may need to understand a fair amount about financial evaluation methodologies. It's also important to note that in some organizations, your role is to put together a business case, a proposal that is a piece of advocacy that makes the case for the project you're proposing. But in other organizations, your role is to evaluate your project against a number of suitable alternatives so that the decision makers can weigh up those different alternatives and make a decision based on a much more objective business case document. Step 3 is to answer the question, who cares? And this is all about stakeholder engagement. So your role is to create a stakeholder engagement management process and plan. And it's to spearhead engagement with stakeholders, making sure that your project team as a whole and the individuals work with stakeholders in an appropriate and respectful manner. And of course, this also involves creating communications plans and following those plans. Step 4 is about answering the question, how will we get what we want? So this is all about planning. So the first role of a project manager that falls out of this is to plan the project, to get to grips with the timescales, the resources, the tasks, everything you need to make sure that you've got a robust, comprehensive project plan. And then the second thing that goes along with this is to start thinking about contingency plans as well. Of course, you'll also need at this stage to think about evaluating and selecting and implementing the tools you will need to support not only the planning process, but monitoring against your plan and reporting. Finally, I'd suggest that another part of a project manager's role here is to start thinking about quality. What are the right quality standards, and how are we going to make sure that we adhere to those quality standards, and how do we report that properly through the governance procedures of our project? The fifth step is to answer the question, who will help? And this is about managing and leading the team that will help you to deliver your project. So your roles here start with identifying the team members that you'll need, the roles that you'll need to fulfill, and the best people who are available to fulfill them. And then your next part of your role is about allocating responsibilities, providing guidance and support and coaching to enable your team members to thrive. This is the part of your role that is really about project leadership. It's about leading people. And I'd also say that it's part of your role here to coordinate and facilitate team meetings, to maintain team morale, and to make sure that your team members communicate effectively with one another. Step 6 is to answer the question, what if it goes wrong? This is about risk management. So here your responsibility is to identify risks, to understand and quantify their implications, and to start to put in place appropriate strategies and plans to manage those risks down. You'll be looking at contingency planning, you'll be looking at risk reduction, you'll be looking at transfer of risks, and all of the other strategies that you'll need. Step 7 is to answer the question, how's it going? This is the delivery part of your project responsibility. It's about monitoring and controlling what's going on. And of course, the first responsibility under this is to manage the day-to-day running of your project, to oversee what people are doing and to evaluate the quality and the effectiveness of their work, to make sure that the deliverables they're producing meet the standards that you set, and to make sure they are able to comply with the timelines and the budget constraints that you need to put people under. And that reminds me that budget management is one of your responsibilities. So
You have to take a deep look at all this question as a PM if you really want to be a good and effective PM and an efficient PM. You need to be ready with all this questions. All of you, I hope all of you getting this.
2 is regular reporting. Good project reporting is partly about communication, but it's also about accountability, transparency, and governance. And finally, thinking about project governance, you'll need to attend project board meetings and meet frequently with your sponsor and with other senior stakeholders. And finally, step 8 is to answer the question, how did it go? And this is about closing your project down in a structured and orderly way. So your responsibilities are to follow your own project closure checklist to make sure everything has been done to get your project properly closed. And I think your second responsibility here is to make sure you learn the lessons. Lessons learned reviews are great for organizations. They often produce good and worthy documentation, but many organizations...
How did it go has something to do with project closure. That is, do retrospective analysis. Okay.
Organizations don't do much with it. I think your principal responsibility is to your team members, for you and each of your colleagues to learn from your experience and take that forward, to each have those lessons, enhance and develop your own careers. Outside of those 8 steps, I think there are a couple of other lenses we need to use to look at your responsibility as a project manager. And the first one is a strategic lens. As project manager, you need to liaise with other managers within your organization. You need to liaise with other project managers to make sure that the interactions between your project and theirs work effectively, that there are no inappropriate overlaps or gaps, and to make sure that your calls on resources and their calls on resources are compatible, particularly in terms of timing. And you also need to liaise with managers in the operational parts of your organization where your project touches upon their operation, because they will need to know in good time and liaise with you about the timing so that you do not adversely affect critical operations. The final lens that I'd adopt is one that recognizes that as a project manager, you're not just a manager of the project, you are a manager of the people on the project. So this is the kind of people management, people leadership responsibility. And there are a number of elements to it. You need to be able to identify and apply and disseminate good practices for your team. You need to facilitate good team communication between individual members. What you don't want is for you to be the hub of all communication, so that if you're not there, communication could break down. You have a responsibility to develop your team so that your team works well as a cohesive unit. Another responsibility is motivating individuals and making sure that team morale is at its optimum. And if you sense team morale or individual motivations are flagging, to intervene, to deal with the problem, and to bring people back to effective working motivation. And finally, I think you have a responsibility to develop the people under your leadership, to support them, to guide them, to develop their capabilities, their professional skills, and their careers. So you'll be deploying things like training, like facilitating conversations, coaching, and mentoring. So as a project manager, you have a lot of responsibilities. It's a big job. And I've kind of rushed my...
So I hope all of you followed this video, the role of project manager. Plenty of things come into picture, right from motivating and people's involvement, right? People means your team worker. So let me stop sharing. No, I'm not going to stop sharing. Rather, I'm going to play another video for you. Yeah, before we listen to Mike more, let us have a look at different videos from other websites. Because these are equally good and equally effective. Yeah, this one. This is again one of the very good videos, that is pre-commissioning versus commissioning. What happens before commissioning?
Pre-commissioning and commissioning are two very important and distinct stages of the commissioning process. They are often confused, and it can be tricky to determine what takes place during each of these stages. Let's review the importance of each stage of the commissioning process and what activities take place during each stage. Welcome to the Commissioning and Startup YouTube channel. My name is Paul Turner, and I help people and projects understand the complex commissioning process. Pre-commissioning is an important part of the commissioning process. If not done properly, small issues can become much bigger issues later in the project. Handover from the construction team to the commissioning team precedes pre-commissioning, and it is called mechanical completion. This important milestone signifies the start of the pre-commissioning activities. Since equipment was verified during factory acceptance testing, it was disassembled and shipped to site, and there is always a possibility of damage during shipping or installation. Pre-commissioning testing confirms that no damage to equipment occurred and that on-site test results align with the test results from the factory. There are a few terms related to off-site and on-site testing. FAT, or factory acceptance testing, is the testing that's conducted by the manufacturer in the factory prior to shipping to site. SAT, which is site acceptance testing, is the testing that's conducted in the field, either by the vendor or by the on-site commissioning team. These are the standalone tests to confirm no damage during shipping or installation. SIT, or site integration testing, is the testing conducted in the field to confirm equipment functions as a system. Pre-commissioning activities vary depending on the equipment to be tested, for example, mechanical versus electrical subsystems. Some typical mechanical pre-commissioning testing includes pipe flushing, which is ensuring that piping is free of blockages or any debris, leak testing to ensure that all fittings and joints do not leak, pressure testing, ensuring piping can maintain pressure of liquid or gas, verification of rotational equipment, which is the first rotation of mechanical shafts and bearings to ensure balancing and no excessive vibration, or HVAC testing, which is test and balancing of airflows and ductwork, and heating and cooling sensors and controls. Some examples of electrical pre-commissioning activities are grounding and bonding checks to confirm the integrity of the ground system and bonding system by measuring the resistance of bonds to ensure bonding to all metallic surfaces is in place. Cold loop checks and mega checks confirm that all cable and conductors are terminated to the correct terminal blocks. As well, mega checks apply voltage across the cable conductor and insulation to confirm that the cable has not been damaged or punctured to degrade the dielectric properties of the cable. Hot loop checks confirm calibration settings and ranges of each control loop from the HMI to the end device, including all cables and instruments. This confirms that ranges and set points are correct for each control point. AC phase checks verify installation of each electrical phase in the proper order using a phase rotation meter. Transformer checks. Prior to first energization of the transformer, oil samples are taken, as well as samples taken after energization. These samples are compared to see if there's any differences that could indicate an internal problem within the transformer. Winding resistance measurements are taken as well to measure insulation resistance. Transformer ratios are measured once tap changers are set to confirm that the primary and secondary windings are correct. Open circuit tests are conducted to measure the no-load current losses, as well as short circuit tests performed with reduced voltage to the primary winding to measure full load current losses. During protection relay testing, primary and secondary injections are performed of CTs and PTs to verify relay inputs are correct. During interlock verification, interlocks are verified by operating equipment without bus voltage applied, and the different configurations are verified to confirm that interlocks are functioning correctly before applying any bus power to the system. AC and DC high pot tests. This measures the ability of a dielectric to withstand rated and transient voltage. Battery discharge tests. This confirms how many hours of rated voltage and current can be supplied during charge and discharge cycles. Pre-commissioning is complete once you've completed all your checklists and verified that each piece of equipment meets the technical requirements of the project. Pre-commissioning tests equipment as standalone items. Tests during pre-commissioning don't necessarily operate the equipment as a system yet. Each piece of equipment is individually confirmed to be ready for further commissioning tests. Pre-commissioning is also known as vendor startup, since each vendor's equipment is started for the first time on site to confirm function of each piece of equipment. Following pre-commissioning, we can now move into commissioning tests. Commissioning involves testing multiple pieces of equipment together to function as one system. For example, a chemical dosing skid is made up of pumps, piping, valves, pressure gauges, flow meters, VFDs, and a PLC controller. During commissioning, all of these components are tested together as one system, integrated as a chemical dosing system. The PLC controller is verified to control each piece of equipment as a subsystem to properly dose chemicals to the desired rate. Each subsystem undergoes commissioning tests to verify proper function. Eventually, subsystems are integrated with other subsystems to accomplish the project's intended purpose as one system. For example, the chemical dosing subsystem may feed a water purification system that implements the overall plant process as a water treatment plant. Commissioning involves building up each part of the project to implement the overall plant process. Once each part of the system is complete commissioning, the plant process is then ready for startup, where the new facilities are brought online for the first time for their intended purpose in preparation for ongoing operation and maintenance for the life of the plant. This is the difference between pre-commissioning and commissioning, the difference of testing equipment individually versus testing a group of equipment as a subsystem. Sometimes tests can be classified slightly differently from project to project, but classification as one or the other is not too critical. It is most important that no tests are skipped. Some projects may try to skip pre-commissioning tests and go straight to commissioning. This always leads to problems. For example, if debris remains in mechanical piping, flow rates will not be as expected, and guaranteed that more time will be required to disassemble piping, remove the debris, then continue with commissioning tests. Skipping tests in the process rarely results in saved time. A properly planned and executed commissioning sequence will include all pre-commissioning and commissioning tests required to demonstrate a properly functioning system. If you'd like to learn more about the commissioning and startup,
So I hope all of you followed this video. It was excellent. It talked about what? Pre-commissioning and commissioning. Any doubt in this up till now? So likewise, few more videos we're going to watch, and we're going to conclude for today. After we are done with this, we are going to see a very one of the lengthiest video up till now, which I have not played. Let's find out. Yeah, project management lifecycle. It's not a very lengthy video, but let us take a look at it and just let me know what.
Effective project management in an organization can do wonders for them in terms of efficiency and reaching goals within the given time. A systematic approach and structured processes in each phase of the project life cycle result in yielding the best results. Hi, this is Ryan from Invensys Learning. I welcome you all to this session, in which we will learn about the project management life cycle. Let's take a look at the agenda for this session. We will begin with a basic introduction to the project management life cycle. After this, we will learn about the various project management phases in the project life cycle. And to sum up this session, we will talk about a few characteristics of the project management life cycle. I hope you are clear with the agenda. Also, if you are new here, don't forget to subscribe to Invensys Learning, and press. A project life cycle is the sequence of phases that a project goes through from its initiation to its closure. The number and sequence of the cycle are determined by the management and various other factors like the needs of the organization involved in the project, the nature of the project, and its area of application. The phases have a definite start, end, and control point and are constrained by time. The project life cycle can be defined and modified as per the needs and aspects of the organization. Even though every project has a definite start and end, the particular objectives, deliverables, and activities vary widely. The life cycle provides the basic foundation of the actions that have to be performed in the project, irrespective of the specific work involved. Project life cycles can range from predictive or plan-driven approaches to adaptive or change-driven approaches. In a predictive life cycle, the specifics are defined at the start of the project, and any alterations to scope are carefully addressed. In an adaptive life cycle, the product is developed over multiple iterations, and detailed scope is defined for iteration only as the iteration begins. Now, let's move ahead and understand the various phases of the project management life cycle. The project management life cycle consists of the following phases to categorize and bundle similar processes in one class: initiation phase, planning phase, execution phase, control and monitoring phase, and last but not least, closure. Let's dive deeper into each of the phases in the project management life cycle to understand how it works for a project. The starting stage of any project is the initiation phase. It consists of the processes that are completed in order to kick off the project. There are a few questions that need to be answered before any project can be started. The number one question is this project possible? The next question is if the project is feasible? What kind of resources will be required? How much time would it take for the project to finish, and so on. Usually while stating the initiation phase, project managers can follow a step-by-step process, where they begin with creating a business case, create a feasibility study of the project, make a project charter and create a project brief, etc. Let's take a look at these project management terminologies that are involved in the initiation phase of the project management life cycle. The very first terminology that we will discuss is the business case. So, what exactly is the business case in the project initiation phase? A business case will provide the justification for taking up the project. The business case will include a well-structured document that.
This video is like winding up of all the entire thing which we have done up till now, and it's a wonderfully graphic video. So take a deeper look at it. At the end, we'll be having a few questions. Okay, here we go again.
That will justify the various aspects like cost, risk, and benefits of the project. Once we have the business case, it becomes easier to map the rest of the initiation processes to proceed with the project. Feasibility study. The feasibility study takes into account all the factors that will lead to the successful completion of the project. Now, these can be any number of factors starting from economic factors, technical factors, operational factors, or any other factors such as schedules, resources, etc. All in all, the feasibility study will determine whether the project is possible to be completed in the given time or not. Project charter. Project charter is one of the most important terminologies or tools in the project initiation process of the project management life cycle. A project charter is basically a document that will contain the following information about the project: business vision and mission, project goals and benefits,
Yeah, this is
list of
what we have talked just now. Related to vision and mission. See, every organization will have a definite vision. Without vision, the organization is directly directionless. And from vision will come out the mission, and from mission will come out the objectives and goals and the benefit of it. Okay. So you have to get to these key points, these terminologies which we are discussing.
stakeholders, project scope, project deliverables, project risks, project budget and resources. Then we have the project brief, which essentially has all the information about the project, starting from the project description, the scope of the project, and all the necessary investment plans, the project management plans, performance monitoring plans, and the necessary information about the project deliverables and objectives. Last but not least, the project oversight, challenges for the project, etc. Now that we have covered the first phase of the project management life cycle, let's move on to the planning phase. Also, tell us in the comments if we should make a dedicated tutorial on the processes used in all of the phases discussed in this session. After the initiation phase, we have the planning phase. To understand the planning phase, let's consider a small example. Let's suppose your goal is to finish a marathon. But, you cannot just wake up one day and run a marathon. So, in layman's terms, if reaching the finish line is the goal, then, the planning that will be done to reach that feat is similar to how the project planning phase works in project management. The deliverables or the goal are documented along with the requirements and objectives clearly defined for the teams to follow. Proper plans for the schedules and the teams are created for a proper function of the project life cycle, and reaching the end goal before the assigned time frame. Let's dig a little deeper into the specifics of project planning and understand through the project management terminologies how the project planning can be approached by the project managers to yield the best results. Project plan. A project plan is nothing but a set of documents that will guide the entire project. Typically, a project plan will contain the various plans discussed in the next section. Statement of work is a document that is a written work agreement between two parties. It usually contains the scope of work and other information like the deliverables, etc. A work breakdown structure is breaking down the total work into smaller components or deliverables.
We have discussed about this also, work breakdown structure in our earlier session. This has to be given a due importance because this is going to split your entire team into small groups where they're going to work on individual objectives of that for that particular group. So it has to be accounted, and work breakdown structure is a very important part when it comes to project. Without work breakdown structure, you cannot start with your project because this is what Amazon do. They split, and this is what agile lean philosophy talks about. But you have to break down into small groups, and each group has to be assigned with different objectives. See, no two group will be having similar objectives. Accordingly, they will be working on those objectives, heavy objectives, right? Right. Let us restart with objective. Not restart. Let us continue with objective.
It organizes the total scope of work and helps in easier project management within the teams. Scope management. Project scope management involves the project scope, that is, the work that is included in the project. The process is all about making sure that everyone concerned with the project is clear about what the project is aimed at and what it includes. Scope changes and alters mostly the project itself, so it is essential that the project boundaries are well defined from the beginning and are carefully monitored. Changes can occur at any point in time, but even the simplest of changes can have a lasting result in the outcome of the project. Schedule management. Project schedule management is a process that refers to how the project manager manages his schedule for a particular project. It includes the time that is catered to complete each individual task pertaining to the project's objectives with the desired skills, tools, and techniques. In order to become a successful project manager, one has to clearly understand the activities of the project and should possess the necessary skills to plan, schedule, and control a project within its timeline. Apart from these skills, one must also be able to utilize schedule management tools to help them analyze, measure, and assess their time management techniques. Cost management. Project cost management is the process that is concerned with planning and controlling the budget of the project. This process includes activities such as planning, budgeting, estimating, financing, funding, managing, and monitoring costs to make sure that the project is finished within the scheduled budget. It's all about handling the project's financial requirements. This phase covers and tracks the project's total expenditure against the actual budget to make sure that the project is moving on track and within the fixed budget. Quality management. Project quality management is the main criteria when it comes to determining the value of a project. The project at all times is required to meet the standards which were originally defined for it. The bottom line is that the quality of the project has to meet the needs of the stakeholders. Resource management. It's all about how the project manager runs the project team. Firstly, he has to understand what resources, people, equipment, facilities, funding, are required to complete the project at hand and then organize a team to execute the work involved. This method mainly concentrates on how the project is carried out utilizing the desired resources to complete a project activity. Communication management, as the name suggests, it is mostly about communication. 80% of the project manager's job is to do with communication. Project communication is what keeps all the team members on the same page. If there exists a gap in the communication level, the project can have a negative impact on the final product of project. Communication has to take place between the project manager, his team members, and the stakeholders involved in the project. Risk management. Initially in the project risk management process, the project manager should conduct risk management work, and then identify and analyze risks. Later he or she should develop a risk response plan, which will control risks on an ongoing basis. These methods are introduced one by one to understand and assess the risks related to the project. It all depends on how one performs quantitative and qualitative risk assessments. Stakeholder management. Getting stakeholders involved in the project right from the beginning is crucial because they are the ones who decide on what changes are to be made to meet their requirements. If the project manager fails to involve them at the initial stage, the changes set forth by the stakeholders at a later stage will hamper the quality and value of the project. The project plan ensures great visibility to everyone involved in the project along with great risk management strategies, contingency plans, etc. Let's move on to the next phase of the project management life cycle. After the planning phase comes the execution phase, which is the most important and the backbone of the project management life cycle. The project execution process is the easiest to understand among all the other project management life cycle phases. Let's try to understand with a similar example to running a marathon. Let's suppose you are trying to do a 500-kilometer road trip across Europe. You have done all the initial feasibility studies and the planning regarding the budget and other important aspects of the trip. Now, when it comes down to actually going on the trip is when the project execution phase will be started. And the phase continues until you reach the destination. Okay, let's stick to a rather project management savvy explanation for the execution phase. After all the project plans and schedules are created, the execution phase includes executing those tasks in the project plan, managing the teams, and making sure the deliverables are being delivered within the specified time. So, how does the entire process take place? Let's dig a little deeper and understand various terminologies to understand how it all works. Project deliverables. The very first objective is to get all the deliverables completed in due time. And the responsibility of the project manager here is to make sure that all the deliverables are being delivered without compromising on the quality of the deliverables. Status review meetings. To monitor the project progress, the project managers hold status review meetings with the project team. One such example is a daily stand-up meeting that ensures a timely update on the status of the work done in the project. Contingency plans and problem solving. Moreover, the other responsibility lies in managing the team during shortcomings and solving their problems with ease. Any contingency plans to curb the shortcomings are implemented so that the project does not jeopardize the overall progress before the project is delivered. These responsibilities sum up the execution phase in the project management life cycle. Let's move on to the next phase in the project management life cycle. After the execution phase, comes the control and monitoring phase in the project life cycle. The control and monitoring phase mainly consists of the processes that make sure that the project is on track and is moving forward according to the project plans and other factors like budget and time. It works along with the execution phase, which allows the project managers to make sure any of the shortcomings are being fixed on the go, also making it easier for them to monitor the progress of the project. Let's dig a little deeper and understand various terminologies in the control and monitoring phase that help the project. Quality assurance: the teams are required to maintain.
These terminologies are very important because I've been insisting on these keywords and this terminology in this vocabulary. So please understand all this terminology very well through this video. And if you have any questions and doubts regarding this terminology, you're free to ask all sort of questions. Right? Quality assurance we have already done it. So let us move ahead with our video.
Maintain certain quality standards with the deliverables. After an elaborate communication with the stakeholders, considering all the client requirements, certain quality standards are set for the deliverables. The teams make sure the quality standards are met with each of the deliverables and fix any issues that may exist in case of shortcomings. Cost tracking: the project's success is measured by the timely delivery, quality of the deliverables, and the cost that it has used throughout the project. A project can go way over the allocated budget due to numerous factors including time delays, iterations, etc. So, in the control and monitoring stage, the cost is tracked for the project so that it does not go over the specified budget in the plan. Project performance: with the progress of the project, it becomes fairly important to manage the teams and track the performance of the project. From a start to finish perspective. Various project management tools like Scrum/Kanban boards can give full visibility of the project performance.
Yes,
With
Kanban we have already discussed in our very first presentation. So you need to be acquainted with this terminology also if you really want to be a good project manager. Right? Kanban, then Kaizen, or Kaizen is stand for continuous improvement. All these things we have already done with, and that's why I'm making this particular video or particular theme, particular chapter. That is chapter number 5 with all the terminology we have discussed. Right? I hope all of you remember what is Kanban, Kaizen. Then we have discussed hand-on card. All those concepts we have already discussed in our very first session. So let us move ahead with our video.
clarity and contingency planning to reduce the shortcomings. Project objectives and requirements. Also, in the control and monitoring stage, the project objectives and requirements are monitored to make sure that the project deliverables are up to the mark and fulfill all the requirements set by the client. Now, we have discussed the control and monitoring phase of the project management life cycle. Let's discuss the closing stage of the project. The closing phase is how you will deliver the project deliverables to the concerned stakeholders or clients. And make sure everything has been done according to the plan and project requirements. And, most importantly, understand the learning from the whole project to make sure the positives are maximized in the next project and the negatives are reduced as much as the project will allow. Let's dig a little deeper and understand various aspects of closing the project. Project performance is the most important thing while closing the project. The teams submit their deliverables and review their deliverables to see if they are matching the requirements. The next step being, releasing the project resources and finally the project review, which will need two major discoveries. One is if the project is finished within time and the budget allocated to it. The latter being, how the team was managed. Also, the quality assurance of all the deliverables before the project is declared closed. It all comes under project performance. Retrospective analysis. Another aspect of closing the project is the retrospective analysis, where the teams review their performance and look for positives and negatives during the whole project. This is a good practice and all the findings are documented for future references in similar projects to avoid shortcomings and improve efficiency and productivity. Let's also take a look at some general characteristics of the project management life cycle. And tell us in the comments if you want us to make dedicated tutorials on each of the project management life cycle. Let's also discuss a few characteristics of the project life cycle, to understand why it is important and how it can transform the project management process regardless of how complicated the projects are. The generic life cycle structure commonly exhibits the following characteristics. At the start, cost and staffing levels are low and reach a peak when the work is in progress. It again starts to drop rapidly as the project begins to halt. The typical cost and staffing curve does not apply to all projects. Considerable expenses are required to secure essential resources early in its life cycle. Risk and uncertainty are at their peak at the beginning of the project. These factors drop over the life cycle of the project as decisions are reached and deliverables are accepted. The ability to affect the final product of the project without impacting the cost drastically is highest at the start of the project and decreases as the project advances towards completion. It is clear, quite obvious, that the cost of making new changes and rectifying errors increases as the project approaches completion. These features are present almost in all kinds of project life cycles, but in different ways or to different degrees. Adaptive life cycles are developed particularly with the intent of keeping stakeholder influences higher, and the cost of change is lower all through the life cycle than in predictive life cycles. Let's take a look at how knowledge on project life cycle benefits an organization. It helps professional services teams to be more proficient and profitable. It helps the organization in overall improvement. It makes the flow of communication easier. It emphasizes reporting and examining previous projects. With this, we have come to the end of the session. If you have any questions, please tell us in the comments.
It was a wonderful video. I hope all of you liked it. I'm going to first of all stop sharing this audio sound, share sound and this thing. Let us move back to our PPT. Okay. So this is one of the websites which I'd like to share with you. investorslearning.com. You can just note it down so that you can watch plenty of videos here also. And plenty of theory is also given regarding project management. 5 phases of project management life cycle. This is the theoretical aspect I have mentioned over here. Right? You just go through it, go through all this website. Apart from our regular session, this thing is also very much needed. Project execution, test acceptance, project deliverable, and then change management documents and all those things are given. They are presented very, very wonderful. And this is how the project, what is the characteristics of project life cycle. You can find it out here. Nice diagram given. Then how this project time and project cost keeps on changing, how time and cost is interlinked to each other. That is what is shown here. This is one of a wonderful website, and another wonderful website which I have come upon is this one. Closing how commissioning can come full circle. I think this must be having another video. So I'd like to play this video also. I hope all of you are enjoying the videos. Or if you are not, then we can move ahead with our regular PPT, because PPT are also equally good. I can also explain you out what exactly is being done. But this videos, because they have special graphic designers and all these things, they're more representable than our session. I mean, I'm not saying that sessions are not good; they are required. Because see, wholesome food is required whenever you eat, whenever you want to maintain a healthy lifestyle. This video comes as a what? It comes as a masala. It comes as a pinch of salt in this wholesome food. That's why we are playing it. And today deliberately I'm playing more because the session is almost. We started at 4:30 and we are at fag ending almost 9 o'clock. So even I want certain breaks. So this videos gives me break so as to get energized and then again talk to you. Let me start with this video. It's a very small video. Let me find out whether I've shared the audio sound or not. No, I have not. Okay, let me share it. We're going to take a look at this, and then probably we will start off thinking of concluding for today's session. Let us have a look.
Commissioning buildings is an important part of the construction process. Commissioning begins with the development of the commissioning plan and
this is how the project manager functions. Their life is not like sort of desktop job. Their life is like they have to be on the field every time. So this is what we're going to learn over here.
Owner's Program of Requirements. The Program of Requirements ensures that the final building meets the owner's expectations. During design and progressing through construction, it's important for the team to collaborate to ensure that development of the construction documents, equipment procurement, and installation is following the OPR. This is achieved by close collaboration of all the team members. The planning and coordination that takes place through the first 3 quarters of the project is extremely important. However, by far the most important part of the commissioning process is the functional performance testing that takes place at the end of the project. This is when the systems are taken through all of the sequences of operation to validate their proper operation. Collaboration and teamwork are essential to making this testing achieve the goal of having extremely reliable systems that operate as intended. The commissioning engineer should actively assist in developing solutions to issues that will inevitably arise and not solely rely on others to resolve issues that have been brought forward. The desire for higher efficiency and more reliable operation has resulted in the systems and controls for buildings becoming very complex. Consequently, commissioning is an essential part of the construction for complex projects.
Yeah, this is all for this video, and let us play the last video for today, where we're going to conclude. Just let me find out. This we have already seen. This also we have probably seen. Checklist. I do not know whether it is having video or it's not. Let us find out what this thing talks about. No, it is still not having a video. Let us find out on this. So that before we end, we have at least, what is project handover? Yeah, this video I think we have not seen. Let us talk about it.
In this video, I want to answer the question, what is project handover? Our project, and we hand them over from the project team to the operational team, from the project itself to the new beneficial owner, the assets.
This handover means handovering the entire project to a client for whom you were working for so much of long time. Maybe the project may be of short duration also. But handovering the project to the client is again a very diplomatic and very formal task which has to be done nicely by the project manager. It should not be carried on very hurriedly. Things have to be checklisted, and here we go with it.
The services, the products, or the processes that we've created. When we complete the project handover, we can now move to close our project down. Therefore, project handover is vital. However, before I move on to that, I just want to say a few very simple words about handing over products or deliverables on your project. Because whilst we often think of a project as having a delivery phase bounded by the handover at which we hand over all of the products and deliverables, with that way of thinking isn't realistic for most projects. For most projects, we are incrementally handing over elements of our deliverables or product set throughout the delivery stage. This isn't agile project management, but it's an idea that agilists have taken from project management and very much made their own, but it's always been there in traditional project management. And therefore, the handover point of a project really just marks the last handover and the completion of the delivery. Because handover is often associated with a contractual point in the project, there's often a lot of documentation that goes with it, and quite rightly so. And the first and perhaps key piece of documentation is acceptance. Acceptance by the new beneficial owner of the deliverables from the project manager. This is often the trigger, therefore, for any contractual payments. Secondly, along with acceptance, there will usually be some documentation around a few outstanding issues that either need to be completed by the project team and its contractors, or sometimes are going to get carried forward into operational maintenance. This is sometimes known as a snagging list. And finally, at handover, you would expect manuals and maintenance procedures to be fully completed and handed over by the project team along with the products and deliverables to the operational team. Once the products of the project go into the operational environment, they now become the responsibility of the operational owners and not the project team. Consequently, as a project manager, once you move past handover, it's time to start thinking about closing your project down in an orderly way. Therefore, project handover is a very significant date in your diary as a project manager. Sometimes it's also marked in IT projects by a go live, a point at which new technology becomes the live technology and is used by the organization that has commissioned it. But whatever the nature of your handover, please do mark it. It's not the end of your project. You're not celebrating the completion of your project because you still have to close it down. But do mark handover to let your team know that they've hit one of their most important milestones.
Yes, so this was sort of last video which I wanted to show you. Now, before concluding, let us go back to our slides. This is very fag end of our session today. Tomorrow again we're going to reassemble at 9 o'clock. And at that point of time, no, I think I have to stop sharing this. This was share sound and share. Okay, fine. Now here we go. Okay. So as I said, I'm going to share you the PPT for today. And let us sum up by whatever we have discussed up till now. Let us sum up that we started with the session 11th and 12th with project commissioning and project closure. We have discussed with all these topics. So this is just a recap or to summarize or to conclude. We have discussed about project closure, procurements, types of project termination. We have seen three types of project termination. Right transition plan, but going from one phase to another. That is what we have seen. Project closure report we have seen, and these are the slides which we have gone through. Right? I hope all of you can recall. Just now we have done it, and like going to the extinction phase, three types of phase in which project can be terminated. Extinction means I've given you the example of dinosaurs. Extinction. I've given you the example of endangered species. Forget about dinosaurs. We have not said it. So there are many endangered species which are going into extinction. That means the project will no longer be called as successful or unsuccessful. Whether the project is completed in case the project can be successful or unsuccessful. I hope all of you got this also. Inclusion means getting the team involved in other projects, and integration is something on similar line of inclusion, where you integrate the project team with the parent organization. This is what we have seen. Type of project termination also we have seen. These are the role of termination manager is to ensure that how effectively they can terminate the project in case if the project needs to be terminated. Then natural termination of projects we have seen it also how the project get naturally terminated, and here early or unnatural termination of the project where something we have taken an example of Lavasa project in Pune where the project was unnaturally or early terminated. Plenty of example of where the project has been unnaturally or early terminated. That was not the termination. In fact, if we compare with the human life, it can be called as unnatural death or early death. Right? Similar thing may happen with the project. So these are all the things transition plan we have discussed in detail. And tomorrow we are going to start with the closure report. We have, I think we have started with this. Just we have started with this. Tomorrow we are going to take disclosure reports, how to make the closure reports, and what are the checklists for it. And we're going to discuss about the post project activities. I hope all of you have followed it. All of you have enjoyed it. Any doubt or any queries, please put on the chat box. Or please, you can unmute yourself and talk to me. Thank you, all of you. Thank you for your patient listening. It's being a marathon run, right from 4:30 to almost 9 o'clock. I hope all of you have enjoyed it. You please put your queries and doubt, and please give me your feedback on how was the session. Thank you all. Thank you so much. I'm going to stop the presentation and I'm going to end the session for now. Thank you all and good night to all of you.